Hey, what's going on, everybody? And just represents for the Gray Pill Podcast. I do apologize for the momentary lapse and late. I was trying to download or edit something, but it just froze, so I just restarted. So we're going to go ahead and straight to the video of the conversation of Dr. Boyce Watkins disrespecting and talking ill of the late great Kevin Samuels that passed away almost about 2 years ago. Very Yeah, it's very serious. So let's get to it. Let's get the real one, the other intro, because I think it's a serious moment here.
At last.
The king's back and the throne's mine. The future's here and it's my time. Straight shot, going for the head with it. Take his head off and say that I did it. Good riddance. Say hi to the bad guy, I'm back in business. If you took what's mine, I'm back to get it. There's nothing you can do, I'm back with vengeance. Now turn me loose. Now turn me loose.
All right. Appreciate everybody for coming on through. Definitely salute and shout out to Speakeasies for sending people over. Appreciate you, good sir. That's what happens when you don't ask for stuff. People just do stuff for you. God is good. God is good. Shout out to Dodie Redding. Appreciate you. Says Bear Ray from Speakeasy. Appreciate that. Tammy Lou's Front Street. I like that name. That's pretty cool. Hiya, newbie here, heard and found you through Speakeasy. I'll be here for the live to check you out. Okay, it's going to be a good show. We also have Tuesday's group conversation, which is going to be today at 8 p.m. Central Time, so definitely check it out. I haven't came up with a topic for the group. I was stuck between something between relationships and just a group conversation of just talking about content creations, like what's the levels of it, like, you know, what is chatters, what is mods, what is panel hoppers, or just people just like to be panelists versus actual content creators, versus people like to be interviewed and just be on that level, and just kind of branch out a little bit with the nuances of it, because I know a lot of people like to do collaborations. There's people that like to do editing VODs that pretty much in their own little space, their own little lane. And then you have people that also do live podcasting, you know, like, you know, Tree or some other content creators out there, like say, hey, I like to do content creation just for myself, live podcasts, and kind of branch out to other media like Rumble and such, but it never really collaborate with anybody else. For the most part, they kind of stay to their own lane for just content and other people that's kind of joining into them. So also the relationship building between communities, because I think that's a good thing too, to have that conversation. Even if I'm having this conversation about it, I think that would be a good little conversation with how we as separate communities, because I think it was like a miscommunication with me. Well, I just say like Lauren De Laguna, for example, right? I knew her in a vast, far space, far from here. I think she's a very cool person. Actually, one of my mods invited her to reach out to me. We had a great conversation over here for a group conversation. She's here twice. After that, we had like a little chat about how internet working and algorithms, all that stuff. Didn't see her for a minute. She disappeared, popped up. She's all over the manosphere with Destiny, making rounds, which is fair because that's what you're supposed to do as a content creator, right? Supposed to give yourself as much exposure to draw in as much as required you're supposed to, per her brand, per her niche. And I remember it was the time, I think me, her, and I came on with Destiny, and Destiny was like, yo, what the hell is a gray pill? And I thought it was funny. She's like, oh, he's cool. He's Black YouTube. And I didn't understand that. I mean, I'm like, Black YouTube? Like, everybody's on here on the panel is not Black. Everybody's in the panel. We're not talking about, you know, salute to the Black kings and queens. We don't do that. And that's not my community, you know, because I've been slowly building a community, because in real life, I got to work. This is not a 9 to 5 job for me. I salute to the actual full-time streamers. They have a life to do this. I don't. I have time when I can have time, got the schedule for something to do like this. So for all your content creations to have your own niche, your own lane, your own community, stay there. Okay. Much respect to y'all guys. So y'all building something really, really good. So I appreciate anybody that actually support this channel. Whether it's in the community tab, whether it's raids, I think like 30% of this channel is supported by the Canadians. So shout out to them. Every time I go live, was it Tommy Temper, the Vix? I interviewed them. That was a great relationship. What they had, the story they told me about, I think it's like 17, 20 years in. Speak Easy, my co-host, who's Canadian. So shout out to them. So I appreciate that type of positivity coming in for the conversation. So we're gonna go ahead and get it. So who else we have here on the left? Jackie, new sub. I'll be back when you start. Yeah, start now. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I don't do the long strokes with the introduction. I'm like very bad at the long conversation. I pretty much like the mod for the most part. So one of my weaknesses is doing the solo dolo. So I'm actually trying to build up to that. I do like to react to certain things, but I get burnt out so quick with that whole reaction. Like 2 to 3 hours just trying to go in on somebody or quote unquote roast. That's not me. I'm more of like, hey, if I can't put hands on you, I'll go to sleep. I'll walk away, go home. I'm good with that. Shout out to Jade. Appreciate you, Jade. Who else we got here? Lazy. It's my first time here. Going to check out your stream to see what it's all about. I appreciate that, man. That's all I ask for. All the comments. If you see something that you like in the pre-recordings and the live, go check it out. Hit all the comments, hit the likes, anything from there. I interviewed a escort. Interviewed a expat that had told a story about how he traveled. I interviewed a nice young lady just recently by the name of Deanna. She was a guest on Soft White Underbelly when she talked about her story about a very horrific story about her being abused by her foster family. And they happen to be a controlling narcissist with the mom. And then she got onto the real world, didn't know that much. And she got into a wrong, very toxic relationship with the husband that came to be her father, the father of her child. And he just happened to be a controlling narcissist as well. So it was like a very rough life that she had from the age of 1 all the way up to 18, all the way to her early 20s. And I reached out to her. She came on the show. We had a great conversation because I had some questions, and we dived into reacting to Dr. Romney, a very specialist that talks about things of narcissists and narcissistic traits, flying monkeys, energy vampires. So it was really, really cool to engage with her for that. I might reach out to her again and try to make that like a once a week thing for like every, I guess, Wednesday. And we can kind of like just unpack a little bit and explain it from both sides and just give like a little bit more awareness of that, because a lot of people doesn't understand what people say. It's like, I love you, right? You say it so much, like it's like a handshake. Nobody don't really understand the word LOVE. So same thing with narcissism and the traits, dark triads, flying monkeys, like all the elements of it. And I have to actually quote Dr. Romney because the perfect thing she said for a narcissist, like it's like a egg. When it's elements all making a cake, if I bring an egg to your house and say, hey, here's my cake, you're not going to think it's my cake. It's just an egg. So pretty much when it comes to narcissists and narcissism, it's all elements of how you're baking the cake. So once you got the cake baked, boom, that's a narcissist. That's what I'm presenting to you. But all the elements is there: the flour, the sugar, the vanilla extract, all of that. So definitely make sure you check out everything you want, man. And madams, ladies, who we have here? Biggie said, listen while I got some errands done. Okay, man, appreciate it. Who else we got here? Take heed to the message. Hello, sir. How are you? Hey, I saw you. I probably saw you before, but I'm like, it's like my brain is like literally like an Etch-a-Sketch. Miss Take Heed. Like everything is nice and pretty, and I draw it up for the rest of the day. The next day, I'll shake it up and I start anew. So I really don't even try to go back and try to do too much remembrance of yesterday, because I'm literally, my mind is like moving forward. That's a perfect way I can explain it, like an Etch-a-Sketch. But I do remember a stream you did on BMU on Halloween. I still support it for the most part, and how you carry yourself with the conversations with another young lady, I thought that was like so perfectly well done, especially dealing with media space, because I know some people could be a little bit gaslighting and triggering. So cool points for you for that one. I know we're not professionals for everybody, but carried yourself very well. And it was a conversation you had with brother C, I think it was. No, I apologize. It wasn't brother C. It was Ricky the trucker. So that was a good conversation. Unfortunately, some people that was actually questions, it got annoying for me because I'm like, you just said what you said, and they're gonna still ask you a question when you already framed it the way it got framed. So I was like, oh man. So it's hard for people to listen, but you have a lot of patience, and that's a good thing. Shout out to hi Jackie with the spider. Okay, is we're representing Spider-Man, Venom, or just like you just like spiders? Shout out to Jackie. Jackie says hi. I'm here again. Okay, appreciate you, Jackie. RT the brand, appreciate you, good sir. Hey man, you got me in trouble. It's funny how people know that you are a troll or you have your trollish ways. It like they know, but then at the same time, when they do know, like I don't know, I'll take accountability for it, RT. But you welcome home, RT. You're always welcome home here. What's guy RT saying? Try to get Floyd the passport, bro. I'll ask him. I'm sure he'll say yeah. I'll ask him, but if I ask him, well, we're gonna have some real conversations because I just don't. I don't know. I'll have real conversations with him, but I really just don't trust Floyd to be genuine, authentic. Or I think when he does be genuine, it's kind of like it's like you know, a little brother says and does some stuff. They believe what they believe, and the mistakes and shenanigans they do. It's like okay, so let's expand upon that. Why'd you do that? What was the purpose of this? Like, what's the purpose of that? And most people, you just see them for who they are. It's like it doesn't even warrant a conversation with most people. So I tend to not even dive in with those type of people. I'll just see them who they are. I'm like, okay, they're gonna do the same thing tomorrow. They're gonna do the same thing next month. You're gonna have a conversation with them, or you don't have a conversation with them. You'll see like 5, 8 other people have the same conversation with that one person, and then they still gonna be them. So it's like, why I need to add my voice or add my opinion to something to one person that you clearly see is this person. That doesn't make any sense. And also, and this is just for I guess Miss Take Heed or any future content creators out there. There's levels to it. I think that might be a conversation for tonight. I think I'll make that conversation for tonight. There's levels to certain things, especially when you're trying to understand your brand, your niche. I would just say just go for it and then start building from there. But once you find your lane, it could be just pre-recordings, it could be just regular live streams for yourself. Shout out to the lead attorney. All he did have 3 to 5, 8, maybe 12 people in his chat, and all he did is he felt like he was talking to himself. A mod for another podcaster, like less than a year, he's literally at 100K. All he did was talk to himself. I remember every time I passed by, he was at 2 people, 3 people, and now he is at 100K. And that's all he do is solo dolo. I remember another content creator in a whole nother far space away. She was talking about like, little conspiracy stuff and just a lot of stuff that she just likes to enjoy. So that's how she's building her community, stuff that she like. If you rock with her, you rock with her. And I remember one moment where her just channel just blew up, and I was there in the live chat, just blew up to 1,000 watch hours, 1,000 subscribers overnight. And I said, okay, cool, proud of you. Let me move on. And that's it. So I like rooting for the underdogs from time to time. So it's I think that should be definitely a good conversation. Shout out to Jade again. Jade said, I'm allergic to the I word. Yeah. Especially in a relationship, it's a we. I like your avatar. Shout out to y'all. All right, so we're gonna get to the conversation. Let me get the little interview out here. The little welcome.
Great Pill Podcast. You guys check out Great Pill Podcast.
For those that's listening out there in the YouTube universe, shout out to Great Pill Podcast. Go holler at him. Hell yeah. Give him a like and subscribe. Go view his channel, if you will. Courtesy of Classic Lights.
for all your Spanish watchers and viewers. Telemundo, Univision, Galavisión. Hola, buenos días, buenas tardes y buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Por favor, suscriben, gusten y por favor compartir este canal de YouTube. Cualquier parte del mundo donde están ahorita, por favor. Familia, amigos o socios de trabajo, lo que sea, por todo el mundo, por favor, suscriben al canal del Grey Pill Podcast, el Pastilla Gris, por favor. Muchas gracias.
I appreciate that, Marcus. That's one of my great mods up there. All right, so this is a guy, gentleman by the name of Dr. Boyce Watkins. From my understanding, I hear at first I really didn't recognize who he was until I was introduced to Michi X, and I was like, okay. Again, like I said before, when you know, so there's no reason to even get entertained by certain elements of people. It was a very famous influencer by the name of Kevin Samuels. He talked about relationships. He was actually focusing on one race for the most part, but overall, he was always talking about relationships. And a lot of women that would come on, have conversations with them. Before he transitioned to having women on a panel, he had more so of the men for years, critiquing, giving solid advice, just pretty much like say, hey, like down to like cologne, like, hey, do you like this cologne? Do you like this? Do you like that? How to dress? Like, I mean, the basic stuff people felt like you should tell your children coming up, like even down to tie. In my late teens, I just didn't know how to tie. I didn't care to do that. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going for job interviews. I'm going to be a certain place where I need to be professional. I'm going to church. I'm going to social events. So I need a tie. So if I need a tie, I need to know how to learn how to tie. I didn't have a Kevin Samuels, but I had a quote unquote stepfather for the most part. And then I say, hey, YouTube was like the how to do things for me. So that's where I went to YouTube for pretty much almost everything. How to do this, how to, what's a tutorial for that. So that was like my element for the quicker fixes for YouTube. That's what I recommend for everybody to do for YouTube. If you're trying to figure out some things, you got Google or you got YouTube to help you figure out some stuff real quick. So I just remember that part of Kevin Samuels, and then moving forwards, then he transitioned like, hey, let me speak to the women for a conversation. And for the most late nights, I think it was like 8 or 10 o'clock, I would just listen to him. And he sound like your uncle. Like the old heads or the elders, if you come to their house and just sit there and you just don't say nothing, they kind of sense what's going on and they'll just speak to you. And whatever your problem in that situation, that's pretty much what it was. So that's pretty much how I remember. I remember just times either with my grandmother or my elder cousins or my uncles. I'll just be sitting there chilling with them, and then random conversations coming up about life, relationships, family relationships, and that's pretty much how I went from there. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I'll take that little bit element, that little tool, eject into life, and then move forward. Same thing with women. And this is it should be a lesson for fellas, especially when a group of women talking. Shut up and just listen. Don't take all the negative stuff. Take all the positive, because that's how every time, like my mom and my aunties and my mom and her girlfriends get together, and I come home from school and they'll just like, yep. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go to my room, mind my business. But for the most part, I would just hear them, how they conversated about life, relationships, how to, what not to do, what most women like, what girls don't like. And I said, okay, let me apply a little bit of that moving forward and through high school. And then same thing with the uncles and the cousins. And I just like meshed both of them together, and that was it. So it has a lot of positive outcome. But again, life is life. Everything is not perfect. You're not going to plan everything so well to the point like it's just going to get you there. So you're going to have some, what I mean to say is you're going to have some bumps and some trips and some hurdles to go through in life. So, but being prepared for the most part is the best way to deal with it, especially if you crash and burn or you trip. I'll say trip. So if you trip and make a mistake or a mistake fall on you, with meaning life, you will have at least a little bit more tolerance and mental capability to know how to deal with it and then process it and move forward. So that's pretty much what I got from Kevin Samuels hearing him all the time, whether he spoke to the guys or he spoke to the women. And I'll just like have him on while I'm either cooking or doing some activities around the house. And he just reminded me of that quote unquote uncle elder that just gave you all these words of wisdom. And that's how I took it. But unfortunately, currently moving forward now is 2 years later. I hear Dr. Boyce Watkins speaking very, very ill of the dead because for me, morally, mentally, I feel like a person got a lot of issues if you're speaking that bad of the dead. Like, I get it. There's people that either I just don't like walking this earth, or it's some people I've seen just within either real world or virtual world. I'm like, man, they suck. They are jerks. They're assholes. They're these type of people. But I will never, for me, the amount of empathy I have for a lot of people, I don't wish that level of disdain on them. So if they just happen to, whatever happens to them and they pass away, they're gone. So there's no reason for me to speak on them more. There's nothing we can resolve, even if I wanted to resolve it, even if that person resolved it, or if I still had that same mindset of they're still a jerk, they're still a asshole, they're still a narcissist, they're still toxic. They are gone from this earth. It's only me now. It's not no me and that person. So whatever judgment is going to be passed on them, let God take on it. Let whatever you believe in out that universe, let them deal with that person. It's over. You don't have to deal with them no more. So that should be a relief for you. And that's it. But unfortunately, the stuff I'm hearing from this guy that's actually supposed to be a doctor, I don't know what a doctor in work. What I heard in finances, which is very weird. So, but he has so much disdain and vitriol and just seething. But we'll get to the video so y'all can, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can see for yourself. So let's get to it. Now, mind you, just give context because there's two videos. There's one here where he starts off talking about Kevin Samuels passed away 2 years ago, and then somebody that actually knows him steps up and addresses that with him. And then there's another video 3 days later that he goes straight back into talking about him, which I thought was like crazy because I thought it was kind of resolved at this video, but it moved on to the second video. So we're just gonna get the context of this, then we'll go straight to the next one.
I'm glad, but I respect you for the fact that you are man enough to come in here. So I think that's good. We can talk it out directly. Me and Corey Holcomb talked it out on Willie D's channel because that's what men do. This whole stuff about like I'm gonna make a YouTube video about you is BS. And every single person, and I want to say this too, as I send the link to Anton, every single person that has ever disagreed with me on YouTube, I have offered to talk to that person directly. If I go to an event like Umar Johnson hasn't liked me for a long time.
Shout out to RT. RT said Boyce never liked the red pill because the red pill advice against being a step dad. He was raised by one. I get it, but again, I'm not going to speak ill of the dead. Like he's gone. Like I don't like majority of people that's in this space knows I'm nowhere near a fan of Pearly Things and how she carries herself as an influencer and the stuff that she speak on. But if she passed away tomorrow, I would not be speaking ill of her. Fresh and Fit, I think, is also another one, just worse. But I would not be speaking ill on them neither. Andrew Tate's another one. I wish to see him at the bottom of the basement of the worstest prison ever. But if he passed away tomorrow, I'm never going to speak ill of him. When you speak ill of the dead and you have that much disdain, like it shows in your personality, it shows in your character, it shows just of a type of person you are. I get it. If you're doing so much talking and added context or beating down somebody's character and morals when they're alive, I get it. But when they pass away and you still got this same type of energy for that person, that's problematic. That just speaks on your character. Shout out to Uncle Rico said, hey, Grip, okay. KS gets the same energy he gave. He's dead, man. Again, he's passed away. Nobody don't have to know, but he's gone. He's gone. But we'll get back to the video. Then anybody have any questions, comments, complaints, concerns, we'll address them as the video's going. Shout out to you, Tommy. Said, what's up, GP? I appreciate you, good sir. Be safe in the road, man. I know you're a trucker too. I'm gonna send you a channel because somebody very entertaining. He does streams every morning. He got a sleuth of truckers in his as his community. So I think you will love the entertainment value over there. No drama, no drama.
It goes way back. Don't worry about why. But every time Umar's at an event and I'm at the same event, I say, hey, bring him in here. I'll talk to him. And Umar's the guy who's afraid to talk to me or doesn't have an, or is I don't know what's going on with that. Roland Martin, same thing. Roland Martin and I haven't gotten along for about 10 years. Roland is is the guy where I'm like, well, bring him in so we can talk it out. I want to know why he's so upset with me. But Roland doesn't want to, he's a, not interested or whatever. And it's okay. It's their right to do that. But I want y'all to know that there will never be a person I'll talk about on this channel that I would not talk to directly. And so I'm going to bring Anton in. I keep saying Antoine. I'm going to bring him in. I'm going to let him speak his piece. And we can talk it out. This is something new. This is something rare. We don't really do that much on this channel. All right, so let's see here. I actually really like you boys. You give good financial advice, but you're wrong about dating in Black relationships. Okay, It's your right to think that. I agree. But I'm asking you, what's the solution? That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for people that can keep identifying the problem. I'm a mathematician. We solve problems. We don't just complain about them. So it looks like Anton's in here. So
you're more than welcome to come to the Grey Pill Podcast, sir. We're all about solution based over here. We do throw petty, but we all about solutions.
Well, Anton, I'm gonna bring you in. So here we go. So everybody, welcome Anton, and let's treat him with respect. Let's hear what the brother has to say. Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Doing good. So welcome to the channel. It's good to finally meet you in person. So I assume that you have some things to say. So I'm gonna go ahead and just be quiet and give you the floor.
Well, first and foremost, let me say I appreciate you for letting me come on a platform and even being able to have this conversation, because I think it's important, because we just fundamentally disagree on a lot of different things. First, let me say that I remember all of the times where you were throwing shots, boys. You threw a lot of shots in a lot of the different Red Pill content spaces. You throw comments inside of Instagram posts that's specifically referencing me on videos that they repost to me. You throw ad hominem attacks like, oh man, he must be cross-eyed or stuff like that. And that's cool. I don't have any problems with that, because it's cool. We all content creators and people are going to get shots.
That's true.
But then you can't complain on the other side when people reference you, because you always playing victim, or you always trying to act like you don't understand why people have a problem with you. It's because you do things like that, but then you want to sit here and posture and say, well, we should all talk like men. You started it. You absolutely started it. And so when other people start to get shine, or when other people's message start to resonate with other men, then you throw shots instead of having a conversation with them. So I appreciate you for even allowing for me to come on a platform and have this conversation in the first place, because I think that, you need to check that. You do a lot of that when you talk about empowerment, but you always throw shots at different content creators. But then when it's time to have a conversation in the past, you say, well, I'm not paying attention to it. I don't really reference it. It's not a big deal. I think that's not right. That's not right, boys.
Now, the whole time he was saying all this, right? Even if I didn't know an Anton, even if I didn't know a Boyce, even if I didn't know a Kevin Samuels, the fact is, every time he's speaking his truth, Boyce Watkins, Dr. Boss Watkins, is actually agreeing with him. He's shaking his head, he's nodding. So I just want people to acknowledge that. Same thing to you, Dr. Boyce. If you don't agree with anything nobody says, don't nod your head. Your people's body language speaks for everything. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a PhD, but I feel like that should be common sense. Body language speak for everything. You're nodding your head for agreeance. So it seems like we're agreeing to everything Anton's saying for the most part, but we'll let you respond to what he's saying.
And then you wonder why people.
You actually made.
Go ahead.
You made a great point. You really exposed me with that, because you're right. Sometimes I go in the land of petty. Like, I think, for example, and it really is. It is a type of hypocrisy that I've always had to confront, because it's like,
you exposed me. We have to go in the land of petty. Make that make sense.
Like, I had, and you're not the first person I've had that kind of disagreement with. Kwame Brown really had a problem. I mean, this dude made 12 videos or something in a row about me. I didn't watch any of them.
I'm
So
number
that
one.
part about ignoring it, I really do ignore it because I want to focus. But if you really look at it, I said his name first instead of, and I wasn't trying to insult him, but I said his name, he got offended, and that was the reaction. So you could be right. I've been accused of being a provocateur before. And so first off, I want to acknowledge that and even apologize for that. But then
No,
second of
I
all,
don't think it warrants an apology because
No, it don't warrant an apology. But again, you're second time agreeing with what he's saying about you speaking ill of somebody else. So if it warrants an apology or you just give an apology, to sound like you're it's a mission of guilt for me.
we are content creators. The only thing that I'm saying is, if you dish it out, you just got to be willing to take it back. I say a lot of things because other people are content creators, and so I'm going to critique their position on different subjects. And then I notice that they get offended. But people say stuff about, I'm not tripping about it. It's just a part of the game. I understand that that's what comes with the territory. So I don't have any problem with you doing it. I just don't want you to be a victim. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I don't see myself as a victim. I understand where you're coming from with that. I mean, I don't look at it as like, woe is me. I think it's more so, I'm thinking more so about the fact that it seems to me that we can't have this conversation about dating and relationships without it somehow sounding like we're getting clicks and views by bashing Black women. And I know that it's not all women, and I get it, but I don't see the same.
Man, it's not all men also. It's not all men also. Shout out to Destron, appreciate you. Shout out to X-Ray, thank you. Says hi GP, been a while. Yeah, man, we're gonna get into it. It's gonna be a good conversation.
Same level of accountability being pushed toward the men as the women, and I believe it's because the men are the ones that are promoting the content and giving the clicks and views, and because you're affirming everything they believe, that nothing's their fault, that it's always the women this and women that. I see the same shit you see. I see the same community you see. I avoid the same women you might avoid, but I think that we have a community that needs healing and support, not one where we got millions of men that are just talking crazy about like single mothers. Like, what the fuck is wrong with single? Like, every single mother is not a hoe. Some of them.
Hold on, boys. That's like every man isn't a Pookie. Every man is a Ray Ray too. So the same way you talk about all these men talk about one space is also all these women talk about one thing too. So we got to be fair on both sides. So I don't know what part of the pond we're looking at, but let's just be fair on both accounts. But again, the man's dead. Let's keep it moving.
Literally got abandoned by some raggedy ass Negro who didn't handle his responsibility.
I agree with him too, Leslie. I agree with him too. There's selective spaces that pretty much spit nothing but venom and vitriol on one side of sex. I mentioned Pearly Things, for example. I mentioned Fresh and Fit. I mentioned Andrew Tate. The huge influencers of a side of media that I've seen thus far. But at the same time, like, hey, if you want to attack that as a whole, generalizing. But he cannot point the finger at KS as if he is the advocate of everything. Because I remember literally the day that Kevin Selling passed away. I never did content on him. I never reacted to anything. I never used him as an example of anything because I didn't like the whole gender war conversation. I think it was silly because a lot of stuff, the spaces that we all seen that was always one-sided, wasn't really a balanced conversation. Like you was seeing, and I'll give an example. There's the Vester channels, there's the pill communities, there's the the quote unquote the manosphere spaces or the adjacents, the third and fourth wave now, not the beginning, not when it first started 10 whatever years ago, but currently right now, when you have a lot of people's literally focused on one side, and it comes off like hypocritical because a lot of those things, and I use again, I like Pearly and Fresh and Fit, a female platform pandering to one side, a male platform pandering to one side, but yet those experiences is never used in real life. Like I get it, you're saying something that like barbershop talk. We're having a little bit of conversation, like, that person got a point. Okay, great, they have a point, but it doesn't speak as the absolute. It just don't. If we say, hey, single mothers is this, that, third, okay, great, but it's not all single mothers. Is a selective single mothers out there that does the most horrific stuff. I've dated single mothers that's nowhere act like that. They act like regular women. They act very presentable. They act very respectful for the most part. Their priority is their child first, depending on the age and the situation. And guess what? When they're dating, they're not sitting there like, hey, well, come over here where my infant, my 3-year-old, my 6-year-old, my 12-year-old is in the house running around cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Those not the women that I be consistently engaged with for the most part. It's just not. And then at the same time, they're putting boundaries and rules for themselves, for their kids, for their household, for their families. Those are the type of women that is not, and they're single mothers. They are not in that bucket of what he's speaking of. So when you say that on one end, just like the French and Fist and Pearls, when you speak on that and you speak in absolutes like that, it's very triggering and very disingenuous of you. Shout out to, I'm just going to ignore you, RT, because you're not going to catch me with that crap. I said when they do, it's sparingly. Yes, exactly. Because they're single fathers too. So if you're going to speak for one, speak for all. We got single fathers just like we got single mothers.
Responsibility. We don't talk about that.
We do talk about it. We've been talking about it for the past 50 years. Guys by default have always been held accountable, largely for the things that they do because we don't have a safety net. But when we speak, of course, there's going to be the anomaly. Of course, there's going to be the woman who was widowed. Of course, there's going to be a lot of different women that are in certain circumstances. But when we speak to the majority. We don't speak to the minority. And statistically speaking, the overwhelming majority of women are having babies with a small minority of men. Let's say
now, just like what that he just said, right? That could, if he's saying this about the women, that goes the same for the men, because obviously the men made the got the women pregnant. You see what I'm saying? So it goes for both. You just can't speak on one absolute or one women like, oh, women is having all the babies, where they're not having them by themselves. They're having it with the man. Either A, they choose, or the men chose them, or the men preyed on them, or the men manipulated, lied on them, or the men got. It's a lot of elements missing there, because we know there are some guys that either lie, cheat, and steal. We know there's men that lie, cheat, steal, manipulate. We know there's men that want to, either drug women, get them drunk, find all these little crazy ways to get in a woman's pants, or be that quote unquote best version for like 30, 20 minutes, a week or two. And then the woman falls for the dumb stuff, which AKA the game. And then next thing you know, they're smashing. And then there's also men out there that fall for the women's shenanigans too. Women do their seducing, the manipulation, because she got a big button smile, nice cute face, easy on the eyes, so the men just fall like butter. So again, it's on both sides.
Say, for example, that you hold every guy accountable, because contrary to popular belief, I'm much harder on guys than I am on women. I am absolutely, positively dedicated to building men. As a matter of fact, I'm an advocate for dick discipline. I don't advocate for guys to be out here spreading their seed. I'm a reflection of the thing that I advocate for. And I'll get into my family history in a little bit. But in a general sense, I'm much harder on men than I am on women. But we live in a society where women have advocated for equal. They've advocated for equal when it comes to what benefits them, but not advocating for equal when it comes to holding themselves accountable for the decisions that they make, right? So now that they have a platform, and we've let women have a platform for a long time, now that men are starting to speak to their issues, we have to call a spade a spade. And the reality is that I can hold every single guy accountable, and every single guy can clean up their mess in their life. But it only takes a percentage of 1% of men to then get with all of the women that then choose this exact same type of guy, have a child by him, but then they'll start to hold all men accountable for the idea that they chose wrong, because they know that they should not be opening their legs and carrying before they marry.
That's
and
true.
So when we start to have these conversations, we have to have them holistically. You can't just say, okay, well, what about the guy? We always talk about the guy. We've been talking about the guy since the beginning of time. They won't even advocate for updating family court laws that were created at a time where women didn't even have rights to choose for themselves or be able to have the opportunities to have the jobs that they had.
Shout out to the suffrage movement. Shout out to the suffrage movement.
But they advocate against updating family court laws, but then advocate for making sure that they can choose and do what they want to do, but then advocate against being able to be held accountable for the decisions that they make. And that's ultimately creating so much chaos as far as the type of women that are then determining what's happening in our elections, the type of men that they're raising that ultimately is affecting what's happening in the laws that's happening in our schools. All of the things that we have as far as men being able to say, okay, well, I'm going to be held accountable for the fact that I chose this woman or I had children with this woman, which the overwhelming majority of single men don't have children out of wedlock. That's a statistical fact. More men.
I got to look into that one. I don't want to just take his word for it. I have to look into that one.
Men don't have children out of wedlock versus single baby mamas. But then we advocate for cleaning up the community. I don't believe personally that the goal is to make sure that we remix families and remix the core of what it takes in order to be successful when it comes to creating families and coming together. I think that we need to go back and hit the reset button and start to say, okay, wait a minute. We shouldn't be having children out of wedlock instead of enabling bad behavior by saying, okay, well, wait a minute. Some guy should come up and clean up the mess of another guy. Because what about him? What about the guy that took care of his business, was on top of things, did not have children out of wedlock, made sure that he leveled up and took care of his business? If we care about him, why would we say, hey, you need to go and get with a woman that then messed up her life, instead of pairing him with a woman that's more closely or equally yoked with the direction of his life that he's going? Why should it be the responsibility of somebody that didn't create that situation, instead of holding the person accountable that did, like we do to men every day since we live in a society where we've advocated for feminism and equality, especially equality with regard to decision and what you can choose to do as far as for a living? Why should guys have to bear that brunt instead of be held accountable, holding accountable the ones that's actually making the decisions to get pregnant?
I'm not gonna lie. I agree to all that. I agree to all that. It comes back onto self, and that's what you have to need to look into. The choices you make, and you can't complain about the choices based on the actions after that. It's like some weird ripple effect. Destron said the problem with these conversations is that they never flesh put their arguments. They will be hyperbolic, then jump into another point. Very true. Very true. Very true. I'm gonna go ahead and give RT a shot with that convo. RT the brand said, "Yeah, my own crush is Mel's and that calls in. No, he don't. Tell them to get in shape to bring to. You need to be making money and be masculine. Take yells and calls his guys broke that aren't productive. Yeah, I agree with that. He does all that, RT, like tell him get in shape and else. But let's be honest, Fresh is not in shape. He just had the money or the clout and the fame or whatever he has. But even still, I know people that's overweight, broke, and still get like some chicks. People like, remember, I don't know how old you are, RT, you don't have to tell me your age, but anybody remember back in the day when people used to joke around like it's always the opposites attract? You'll get the ugly chick with the attractive dude, or you'll see the ugly dude with a very hot chick, and everybody be wondering like, yo, how did that work? How did he get with her? And it could be the money, whatever, but me and some of the people on the platform actually had these conversations before. Like, look, it just be some guys that either just know how to approach women, come across women, and women just know how to come across men. It's like they like what they like. Can't judge them. But it does help to get in healthy shape. So I'm not going to knock that, RT. It does help to have some adventures life, but it should be for yourself. You shouldn't be trying to get in shape, get more masculine, get more money. You shouldn't get your credit score up just because of an individual. Same thing with the women. I know a lot of women got these, not all, hashtag not all. I know a lot of women say, oh, I'm a boss babe. I got my career. I got all these masters. That's cool and great. But when you get a point in your life, it's like, man, I would love to share all this with a significant other. I understand what that look like. I used to throw this out a lot to a lot of people. If you're a boss babe, you're making 100K, or just significantly more than the other guy, you have a house, you have a car, you have land or whatever your success for you, grinding it out. Rightfully so. Kudos to you. That's what you're supposed to do. Be self-sufficient. And then you come across a guy to say, he's checking all your boxes. He's good to you. Like I'll use RT. He's masculine. He's in shape. He's treating you well. He's loyal. He's the ideal guy. He might be the perfect father. He might be the perfect choice of father to your future unborn child, but he doesn't make him much. He doesn't make as much as you. He's not going to do all these trips 20 times a day. What does that look like for you? I think that's a lot of conversations. That's also shout out to Destron. That is the element of conversation you need to have too, because again, financially, one might going to be definitely different than the other. So if you like this guy or the guy like the girl, how that conversation look? If y'all choose to have children in the future, how's that conversation going to look? These are parts of the conversation. Hey, if we're going to get a house together, how does this conversation look? Are we going to still stay in the same state? Are we going to move somewhere else? Like, how's this conversation going to look? What kind of schools? And also, men have egos, right? So for the most part, you can't like throw that in their face. Like, well, I paid this amount, so I get all the choices, or this and that third. It got to be a conversation. Understand you're a man. Understand what does this element of relationship look like if you are the main provider financially for a guy. And this guy steps into you and he don't know how much you make. And then he finds out, he'll be like, oh, so that means I gotta go through hoops and jumps for that too. Shout out to OG Patrice. It says greetings and salutations with a lot of loving emojis. Appreciate you, OG Patrice. We're getting into this conversation with Dr. Boyce Watkins. They call him Moist Watkins. I didn't even know that was a nickname for him. I recall Michi X speaking very not highly of him. I'm actually been nice with the words. So yeah, stay tuned for that because it's going to be a good conversation. It's pretty much an impromptu of Dr. Boyce Watkins engaging with Anton about the conversation with relationships and most importantly with why he's speaking on the dead. And then there's a second one days later. He goes live or wake up and he's like talking about Kevin Samuels again. I'm like, okay, we get it. You don't like Kevin. Just say it. Just lead with that. I don't like Kevin. And this is why. And just go from there. I think that'll help out the conversation. Shout out to Do Better Podcast. Hey man, I got your email. That might be a part. That's gonna be a part 2. Excuse me, because technically it's 2. That's gonna be a part 3. A lot of that stuff I didn't even know. I thought was funny. I bust out cracking laughing when Corey Holcomb voiced his opinion. Then I saw the other 2 videos. So that's gonna be definitely a part 3. Definitely tomorrow morning. Definitely. I put my word on that one. Shout out to Uncle Rico. Says Anton better be trying to get his trash blanks reputation correct with all the ish talk he's talking. He will be remembered the same way as Kevin. No one is obligated to see you favorable in the passing. That's fair. That's fair. But you know what too? What's funny? The same way you have like one side of a perspective about Anton, which is valid. I'm never gonna knock that because I've seen some stuff Anton has done in his past, right? But there's a cluster of people, his audience, his supporters that support him. And if he goes away tomorrow, those thousands of people on media and those hundreds of people that's close to him is going to be praising him and honoring him and everything else. So that's why I said tonight might be a conversation when it comes to the levels of content creation, like just the ground up and then moving it forward with chats, mods, panelists, panel hoppers, guests, interviewers, collaborations. I think that should be a conversation because I think people don't understand. Like I hear people say, "Oh, I'm a content creator." I don't think you understand what that means. Oh, I'm an influencer. I don't think you understand what that means. Oh, well, we're friends. No, we're not fucking friends. People just like because we share. It's just weird, man. It's very weird. And people niches are very different. Like, and I'll give yourself like you and Brother Clarence. I like Brother Clarence's channel for the most part. I haven't seen anything disrespectful, toxic. I think he's very level-headed when it comes to conversations. I think he's very open to, let's say, I'll use Tommy B for example. He's a big boy. Let's just say if I had some issues with Tommy B, and I'm like, man. Hey, Brother C, can I go on your platform so me and Tommy B can hash this out? He will be open to it. He would be so neutral. Even if he knew both of us at the same time, So that's one of the good things about his platform. I just think y'all got a long stroke the crap out of conversations, but overall, very, very, very good content over there. Very good, and I appreciate it. Uncle Rico says, "Will Anton still think Black culture is trash come Judgment Day? I won't forget that nonsense." Hey, we gotta let go, man. Self healing, self healing. Please don't tell me. Did I freeze? Yeah, I did. All right, give me 2 minutes exactly. 2 minutes. Coming back. I froze. I do apologize. That's the Matrix got me. 2 minutes. Mods, hold it down. Mic check, mic check. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me. Appreciate everybody for waiting. All right, are we good? Okay. We are good to go. All right, back to the conversation.
Why is it that we would say, for example, look at a child as somebody else's mess that people seem to know, and it wasn't because the father was a piece of shit. It's because they got a divorce for whatever reason. I work with the father to raise the kids. I love the kids. I consider children to be an asset. I love, I could have married. You and I both are guys who have a little bit of money. You know how it is. You got a little bit of money. You could pick the litter. I could have went back. I could have got a woman 25 years younger than me and had a newborn baby. I just didn't want to have a newborn baby. I like mentoring kids. These kids have helped me make millions of dollars because they helped me run my business. This is fun for me. So why is it that we would go out and tell men, don't be no step baby daddy. Don't be no. I think I used crash dummy or something like that. I honor those men. Let's seriously I really have admiration for the men who say, you know what, I didn't make this mess, but it's my community. I'm gonna clean up. If I see a piece of trash in my neighborhood, I'm not gonna be like, well, that's not my trash. Somebody got to go pick this up. I'm not picking it up because it's not my responsibility. No, I think it's all of our responsibility, right? Because you are right. You what you said earlier, I agree with that 100%. That the studies show that women are attracted to the top 10% of men. And you got some of those men, that top 10% that fuck everything, impregnate everything, passing all the disease, all that, right? So that's got to be dealt with. But I don't necessarily always look at it all as just like, okay, all these women were just stupid. sometimes they literally fall in love with the guy and they really think it's going to work out. And maybe their daddy nobody taught them how to discern between the two. I just think that attacking is not the best approach. I think that we can build without having a scapegoat. I feel like the single black mother is what's the scapegoat. It started with the Kevin Samuels thing when he realized how many views he was going to get. Remember, Kevin Samuels did content for years. Nobody paid attention. It wasn't until he told that poor lady that she's going to die alone, well, she probably already knew that shit anyway. That was
He said she probably knew that anyway.
When he started doubling down on that. And I'm like, why you got to go tell people they're going to die alone? If they know they're going to die alone, they're going to die alone. Let them deal with that. It's not our job to be like, well, because you are a 35-year-old black woman and you whatever, you're going to die alone. Why would we even want to be known for that kind of thing?
I get what he's saying. I don't think that's, again, only speaking from my perspective. Like I said earlier, what I know of or remember of Kevin Samuels, I don't remember him from that. Like, hey, he just you know that guy who keeps saying that he gonna die alone? No, I don't remember. Who's that? I don't know who that. I do agree with him for the most part of saying like it got to be a conversation, but I didn't hear. Maybe I need to go dumpster diving with his content because I didn't hear. When he was making the point of the single mothers, I wasn't hearing and why all the selective spaces / men in media is talking down to women or spin a narrative on all single mothers or all single women. And this is like all women. I didn't hear a solution for that. I don't know if you will have one. So if you're listening, I hope you have one for that one, or if you have some content to share for that one, because I don't hear it. But me personally, mentoring would be one. I think people is slowly fell out to the realms of like boys clubs, groups, community building within their area. A lot of people in my old hometown, they still do that. Some people actually stayed. They graduated high school, went to college, came back, became like teachers, coaches, stuff like that in the school, or they actually stayed around as volunteer. So you have those people that still do that. So I will suggest, and this is for the most part, you can take my word for it, add to it, find some solution with that. Like, hey, if you see some kid in need, hey, try to like just help, conversate, mentor a little bit. And if you feel like the advice is good, then kind of build on that. Try to get to know how he is with family, stuff like that. Or if there's a community in your area, promote that. But a lot of these kids now today with the cell phones and TikToks and stuff like that, people or just want to get out and just party and drink. They don't want to do that. And it's not even on them, because I remember, again, back in the day, that's all we want to do. We want to get out, hang out with the friends, party, do some shenanigans, whatever we want to do. And that's it. And then that was our outlet and release. But a lot of the conversations got to be focused on the parents too, because the parents is pretty much the first line of defense when it comes to these kids. Like if they let their kids run out and do the stuff they're doing, you can talk to the kids all day. But if they coming back home to a controlled environment by the parents, then they're going to keep doing them. Shout to Destron. Boyce is completely right. How can you say black culture is trash, but then don't want to have men step up to help that's where the solution part come in. Like you just can't speak in these absolute. I think that's the only thing that triggers me when people in those spaces just speaks on absolutes, but don't add any real solution or some kind of build to that. It just like, and I get it. Most people are like, yo, I'm just focused on the women. I'm just focused on the men. I get that, but let them know the options they have for themselves. Like, cause you're going to get caught up. Like life is going to life. Something's going to hit you in the face where you think like you got it so good. You're so perfect. Life is going to hit you to the point. Like, you know what? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Then what? Because you can't say I got all the finances. I got all my credit score 850 and above. I got all the residents. Because guess what? Rich people get played too. Rich people with the beautiful wife and the multiple kids and the homes, they get played too. They get disrespected. They become victims too. So I think people need to understand that. Shout out to Apex. It says, I have the solution for all solutions. Everyone press the sign out button on these apps. Yeah, man, live life. Live life.
She called in. What do you mean? She asked for the advice. She asked him for his insight. See, the part where you're wrong is that
now he's referring to the comment that Boyce is saying, because Boyce keep only shouting one thing that only Kevin Samuels known for. Women gonna die alone. So he's references to that actual content right there.
we don't acknowledge the fact that Kev had held men accountable for years. And he was much harder on men than he was on women. But see, we only wanted.
And again, Boyce Watkins is nodding his head in acknowledgement and agreement. Just saying.
Acknowledge the part where people start getting offended because he started holding women accountable. See, your word choice is strategic, and I understand what you do, boys. You use attack instead of saying being held accountable. See, we don't use the word attack when we talk to men. We just say, man up, take care of business, take ownership and responsibility for what you did, and then keep going. But we don't use that word when we apply it to women that ask for the advice of Kevin Samuels. He didn't attack anybody. He told the truth. And so it's a difference between being a truth teller and somebody that's doing it for views, because he was compensated according to what it was, which I think that he should have been compensated and he should have been much more successful earlier. But because he was compensated and he was successful as a result of it, that's what then brings out the jealousy. That's what then brings out the haters. That's what then brings out the problem, because he wasn't a problem when he was given the exact same advice, even worse to men. But let's flip over for a second. I ain't gonna lie,
I have to agree with that one. That's all. That's pretty much all I heard. That's literally all I heard. If you can go down the moment, again, never sharing his content, never reacted in his content. I just knew of him because that was like, okay, I'm home. It's 8-9 o'clock. Let me put Kevin Samuels on, because I think that was the live streaming at that time. Let me just cook and clean, do what I need to do, and then get the next day started. And I would just listen, because he just reminded me of an uncle sitting on the porch giving advice to people who steps up onto the porch and ask questions and have these conversations. That's how I visual him for the most part. that's how I perceived them. And then it was just, I don't know. Shout out to Lady Novoa. She says, yeah, I'm here. I'm here. This blank, this shite. He didn't have the energy when KS was here. Rolling eyes, whatever emoji. Just saying. I agree. That's the whole point. I'm trying to understand this. You was very one way when the man was live. Like, I get it. Like, you had disdain for him, and then now that he's passed away, it's like, okay, let me throw all the jabs and punches I can when the man passed away. Like, what's the actual purpose of this? Like, when I noticed his channel when he passed away, like it's still blowing up. He's still getting subs on his channel. His viewers count on his channel is still going up. Almost every piece of content is like at the millions. That's crazy. And the man is gone. What you feed Dr. Boyce Watkins will grow. What you feed will grow. Destra said he wasn't a problem because he never went viral. Oh, Destron. Got a point. Shout out to Destron again. He says the great Polaris didn't know what the F he was, so of course nobody held him to the account because he didn't know who he was. Laughing out. That's a dumb point. Fair enough. Shout out Destron again. He said, and the woman didn't ask to be disrespected. She asked for advice. Ooh. Now you're going to watch that whole thing and we got to rehash it all. Got to rehash it all. Shout out to Lady. She says, I live around what KF's rest in peace. RIL Crown. Screwing up. Has said most of it. I googly eye it. he made me he mad because he didn't get the star KS had Hands up again. Shout out to Uncle Son says Zacchaeus did that because that who the hell he was. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think these guys are heroes of the community. I think that these guys are enabling bad behavior. Because if a woman, and they say it regularly, can go out and do what she want to do, these college campuses are nothing but indoctrination camps.
I agree with that.
They are
I agree with that, but I've said the same thing. Go ahead.
And they literally not only are indoctrination camps, but they're also a gateway into bad behavior for a lifetime of pain, meaning that they go out there, they slut it out, they get pregnant, they do what they want to do, and they even have a phase for it. They say, this is my whole phase.
Ooh.
So instead of us holding women accountable and saying, hey, you shouldn't have a whole phase.
Boys laughing at them like, hey, I remember that whole phase. I was involved in them whole phases. Got that big cheese in his face. Cheesy smile. Yeah, I remember that whole phase. It's a good time. Good times. Yeah, but that's not all women though. I think that's a problem that I have for everybody. It's not all women. Just it's the selective women that you come across and you see those flags of women, just like women should be aware of the red flags for men. Move accordingly. Move accordingly.
But you should get married because we already understand what the statistics are. You're less likely to go to jail. You're more likely to graduate college. You're less likely to need therapy. You're less likely to have problems. You're less likely to join gangs if you are raised in a 2-parent household. Instead of us going back to the
it might be optimal, but let's keep it 100. There's a lot of 2-parents households that's very toxic on kids. Shout out to Ted Bundy. There's a lot of toxicity in a lot of 2-parents households. The documentaries on it, news articles on it. I'm not gonna sit there do no. Hey, let me tell you the statistics of it. I don't give a crap about that. Yes, it might be optimal to have that, but let's just say they are not marriage material for each other, because that's a conversation too. A lot of people like, you know what? We had a child. We are just better as co-parents. We're not good at being husband and wife. We're just good at being good co-parents. That's the thing too.
The core of it and saying, hey, listen, I'm not going to enable your bad behavior by rewarding you with a good man that then should have been with his own family. Instead, I'm going to hold you accountable, and maybe you should choose better. As a matter of fact, you should probably go back and get with the person that you had children with in the first place, because if he was good enough to open your legs for, because kids still need their father. You just said out of your own mouth that you worked closely with the father of the children from the mother that she originally had kids with. So why don't we have conversations with men or with women and say, hey, and how come you won't go back with the person that actually had the children with, because that's probably what's best for them in most situations. But I believe that you advocate for it because that's the life that you live. You chose it. And so how can you go against the very thing that you live and then tell guys to do anything different when that's the thing that you're doing? Because you would sound like a hypocrite. Ooh. And I think that you also understand who your core audience is. Ooh. I think that the majority of the people that support you, boys, are women, Black women. And they want to hear the narrative. They want to be sold. They want to be told a certain thing similar to how it is when we go to church. And so they support you because you don't go against them. And it's a strong possibility, the majority of them, based off of the statistics, that they are single mothers. And so I don't speak to the majority of people that want to hear what they want to hear. The only thing I care about is the truth. I'll let the chips fall where they may. And I'm not controlled by anybody. I don't care about the demographics. My audience or the people that resonate with me, they gonna find me. I don't pander.
All right, hold on. Let me finish his thoughts on that one, because I kind of disagree a little bit. Let me get his thoughts out.
Hear the narrative. They want to be sold. They want to be told a certain thing similar to how it is when we go to church. And so they support you because you don't go against them. And it's a strong possibility, the majority of them, based off of the statistics, that they are single mothers. And so I don't speak to the majority of people that want to hear what they want to hear. The only thing I care about is the truth. I'll let the chips fall where they may. And I'm not controlled by anybody. I don't care about the demographics. My audience or the people that resonate with me, they gonna find me. I don't pander to the thing that I say. It's nothing that you can reference that I say that is actually bad for the community, including how I live my life.
All right. You said a lot. Because we had this conversation last time about the pandering thing. They're both pandering. Like, let's just be honest. I guess because he was Dr. Boyce Watkins was reacting to his Instagram, so that actually gaslit Dr. Boyce Watkins to actually react to his Instagram reel. You are pandering. You're working the algorithm, which is fine. That's pretty much what you're supposed to do when you're a content creator. Like, hey, this is my lane of niche. Let me lean into it a little bit to find the audience that's supposed to come to connect with my message, what I'm saying. That's pretty much how it goes. So if you're not pandering to the actual individual, you're pandering to the algorithm. You're pandering to the way you're marketing yourself to get the audience that you want. Same way Dr. Boyce is. Dr. Boyce Watkins is pandering to a selective audience to say, you know what? I want the selective audience to me. I'm guilty of that too. I have to be honest. I want a free thinking, like even the chat, even the chat. Shout out to Uncle Rico. He's like, yo, screw Anton. Okay, what about KS? I have to agree with him for the most part. In some parts, we can have a conversation. I can disagree with him. RT says one thing, I'm allowing it. He's not disrespectful. I want open perspectives on everything. I want free thinking people. It's okay to have your opinions. If it's a time to troll, it's a time to troll. If it's time to be serious, it's time to be serious. That's pretty much the audience I want. That's what I want. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reach out and try to find the ones that's for this quote unquote community that I'm building. Go from there. That's trying another one in chat. I don't have to. It's not up to me to. I can agree or disagree, but it's not up to me to like stay beating down on. I'm just trying for example, beating down on his thoughts on something that he's giving because I'm critiquing just like he's critiquing. I might be saying something that's a little bit skewed off. Like, you know what, GP, here's another food for thought for this one. Okay, let's hear it out. I can agree, disagree, say, you know what, or I could say he said what he said. Let's move on with the conversation. That's it. So, but pandering, they both pandering. They is so pandering hard, man. Pause. They are on the panda mode. Panda. Dang. Let me write that down because that's a clip. That is a clip. I apologize. Trying to get my clips together. All right. So there's something said about Uncle Rico. I don't want to get it past. So Uncle Rico said, so why didn't KS stay with his baby mama? Question mark. That is fair. He is the man of the household. He is the leader. He's the provider. This is also a talking point on that side of space they talk about all the time. So that's a good one too. I don't know him personally, but that's a very good question. Why didn't Kevin Samuels, who went to college, well-educated, well-bred, came up into the ranks of the world as, you know, the quote-unquote alpha man, why didn't he stay with his baby mama? Matter of fact, why didn't he, you know, do counseling, marriage therapy counseling? We had a guest on here before they went to actually two guests we had on here. Before they got married, they went to church. They went to group counseling. They went to other counseling, separate counseling, to how to understand what it takes and the tools they needed to become better husband and wives and so forth. So that's a good question. Why he didn't tell his daddy KS? Oh man, shouts to Anton. Why did Anton tell his daddy KS to go back to his baby mama? That's also a good question. I don't know what Tron going saying. This Tron says, so what if the man doesn't want to be with the woman? Oh, it does it better be a baby mama? Or if there were issues that couldn't be resolved, this is the dumbest shit I've heard from Anton. That's true too. And again, this is why these little nuanced conversations they're not having, because you got what is shitism, right? The genuine ones. If he hits on her, if he beats on her, if she finds some kind of mental abuse. I remember a while ago, a guy was saying the opposite. He said the woman should stay with the husband no matter what. No matter what. If she chooses to have a kid with that guy and they get married, they need to stay with him no matter what. I'm like, are you serious? So what if she's abusing him? What if the guy is abusing him, abusing her, mistreating her, disrespecting her, all shape or form? So they still got to stay together? He said, yes, they still got to stay together until, at very least, until the age of 21. And then when he stay together, then the kids get out the house, then she could leave. Then she could leave. I was like, that is crazy. Like, who says that? So it got to be a conversation. He gave none of that advice to KS. Why not? Because he's pandering, sir. Panda. He knows Anton's telling the truth. RT got me. He knows Anton's telling the truth. He knows most women can't/don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, for most. I appreciate that. For the most part, a lot of women, just a lot of men don't. It's funny because Anton even says my audience is an admission of pandering. Jeez. That's trying with the good ears.
Specifically, you referenced my family. I'll give you a little bit of context.
Uh-oh.
I was raised in a 2-parent household, all 4 boys, me and my 3 brothers. My father was in our life until I was in my late 30s. That's when my father passed away. Then my mother became a widow when all of her children was out the house past 30 years old. And then eventually another guy, because she was working for me in one of my restaurants, came in, asked me, could he speak to my mother? And then eventually they wound up getting married after her children were already grown. So she was widowed, and then she wound up getting remarried when her children was grown. All 9 of my uncles on my mother's side married, never divorced. None of my brothers have never been divorced. I've been married for over almost 20 years, since I was 22 years old, with the woman that I chose, the woman that I grew up with in high school. I met her in high school. She's in the other room right now. I have a daughter, right? My other uncle that's not deceased.
What? Okay. Would he give the same advice to his daughter that he's given to Watts? Just food for thought.
He's on my father's side. He's still married to the same woman. I don't come from broken households. I don't come from broken families. I chose the woman that I have. I have no scandals. I have no problems. I have no issues in my life. So when I speak, what happens is the reason why I live my life like an open book is because I want men to not only see an example of a person that's advocating for the thing that he lived for, but I'm a reflection of what I would want my daughter to marry. And so it's hard for women to then come after me and say, well, he's hurt or he's coming from a broken family, because I don't. And I think that it's guys like me that need to advocate for guys that's on the other side, because I don't have to go through it and they don't either. And I want to be a reflection of what I want those guys to be. But I believe that you advocate for it because you understand your audience. I don't think that you even really believe it. There's no way in the world that you can tell me, boys, that you would tell your daughter or your son to go and get with a ready-made family. I don't believe you would do it.
So, well, let me jump in.
Are they still around? Are they still around?
On that, my audience is actually pretty mixed. It's about 60-40 women to men, though. So you are right about that. But there's a lot of.
Hold on. When the last time I checked my algro? I ain't gonna lie. I wanted mine like half and half. Like I wanted like a mixture of women and men. So I think man, y'all losing. It jumped up. I think last time I checked, it spiked up. Mine's like 70-30, I think. Or I think mine's a little bit about with Boyce Watkins. So it's like somewhere with that. Let them rock out, then we get back to the chat.
Men that follow me. And it's not in the pandering part. I think
again, watch the body language when you mentioned about the pandering. Let me scroll back a little bit.
In though, so you are right about that. But there's a lot of men that follow me, and it's not in the pandering.
Looking in the corner of his eyes, scratching his armpit. Can't make this up, man. At least with Anton, he got like that cool calculating. Let me stay stoic as possible to give the PR HR answers. But Boyce, you are losing this, and you're agreeing. So that's the crazy part. You're agreeing with the man, but you're still standing on the lies that you're telling or the misinformation you're giving. look up to the corner of your eye, scratch on the armpit. Let me try to focus on the answer to give it.
Part, I think that's debatable because when I
Unless we're using the wrong type of deodorant. But I don't know. I digress.
when I go to your channel and I look at who's in there making comments, it's mostly men, right? And what I would almost say to you, brother, is just in terms of a thought, is I think there's a reason why men resonate with your message more than women, because I don't really hear the kind of intelligent, constructive advice that I think you're capable of when I see your commentary. I see a lot of stuff that could come off as woman bashing, right? Like
what?
that, just the little video that I shared on my Instagram about Umar hit it, so hit it. Then you threw that little thing, but Boyce didn't hit it. We know we ain't worried about Boyce. You're right, and you're right. Boyce ain't gonna hit it because Boyce was not out there.
Boyce,
Right.
you know the difference between joking and then also putting the medicine inside of the candy. What part of that clip that you played was actually toxic or woman bashing?
I think the part that was toxic was this idea that that we are judging a woman's past much more harshly than we would judge a man's past. You said sit in the presence of kings. I think it's debatable about what makes a man a king. I know a lot of men who ain't got king-like qualities, who ain't kings for shit,
Wait,
who are walking around claiming. Seriously though,
What's
think
the
about
toxic part? What's the toxic?
like when you hear guys talk about, well, women's standards are too high and they want this to. I'm like, well, maybe you just didn't make the fucking cut.
No.
What was that?
Are judging a woman's past much more harshly than we would judge a man's past. You said sit in the presence of kings. I think it's debatable.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it too. I think that's kind of cringy. Like, I don't think nobody should, unless it's like your actual husband or wife. I think you're allowed to give that, but that's just me. It's each his own. But please don't call me no king. Please don't do that. Same thing with guys too. Like, it's like a weird little nickname. F boys give chicks. Like, don't do that.
About what makes a man a king. I know a lot of men who ain't got king-like qualities, who ain't kings for shit, who are walking around claiming. Seriously though,
What's the toxic part? What's the toxic?
Like when you hear guys talk about, well, women's standards are too high and they want this to. I'm like, well, maybe you just didn't make the fucking cut.
No. A lot of women's standards are too high, just like a lot of men's standards. I think a lot of men's standards is that high. The men is like a lot of men just like so simple and easy. It could be a jacked up, ugly chick, and they're like, oh, she got good boobs. I give her a shot. Oh, she's like Quasimodo, but she's cooking. She's not, I don't want to use a cooking because that sounds very precise. She's doing right by me. She's loyal. She's respectful. I'll give her a shot. So I do believe a lot of women, not all, hashtag not all, a lot of women do give these raising bars of what they expect from a guy. But when they get a certain age, they'll act like the nice guy syndrome. Like that. What's that? The nice guys finish last. Nice guy is a nice guy there right next to a certain type of woman. Then they'll be like, well, I wish I had a good guy. Like he was there. You just didn't want him because he didn't make a certain amount of money, but he was a nice guy. He's a good, loyal guy. So it's those type of people out there. Shout out to D Nice. Appreciate you with the rolling eyes. There was something, what is it? I would not be shocked when this YouTube grift dries up that Anton's I got a lot, man. I don't think that if he do, it might be the situation. I don't want to put out in the space like that, but if it happens, I think it's gonna happen very calculating. All his children gonna be grown up, they're gonna move out the house, and then the divorce gonna happen. I think that's how it's gonna play out. So we can go ahead and take bets on that one. I think that's how it's gonna get played out. Shout out to Uncle Rico. Okay. Well, I definitely landed the landing the 19th. So if you do get there, let me know so we can link up a drink, sir. I think y'all talking about each other. All right. Is done creating play royalty. Shout out to RT. Boyce is contradicting himself. He brought up the 90 to 10 rule earlier, and he said it needs to be addressed. Well, actually, he didn't really address his Anton's comments. He just like he's pretty much supposed to be speaking on the video, but he went speaking about everything else. So he really even addressed the actual video because he said the video was very toxic. Because I understand the king part, but that's like only one piece of it. Like I feel like he's nitpicking at every little piece and then trying to make it bigger than what it is. So let's just say the woman never, because was it Destron? Somebody else said when the woman came onto Kevin Samuels' video, yes, she didn't get invited. She came on, she chose because she wanted advice. And then the people in the chat are saying that's true. She did come on, but she did not deserve the disrespect. That is also true. That is also true. But that was not the video that actually made him go viral. None it was. He just changed his platform like anybody else does. But for some reason, Boyce is taking that little speck and making it bigger than what it is. Shout out to RT said this is the 90% of women go for the top 10%. Yeah, this is it's certain type of people like I don't know where you live, RT, it's none of my business. So let's just say you live in one part of the planet. I live on my side of the planet. I'm going to see what I see on a daily basis because that's where I'm at. That's what I'm consumed and see and used to on a daily basis. You're going to see the same thing or you're in, right? So when two worlds combine, shout out to YouTube, shout out to social media, shout out to y'all guys in chat. When y'all guys are saying one thing and I'm saying the other, that's when the worlds collide. That's right there when the conversation needs to be had. Hey, maybe I'm trying, maybe you're not seeing what I'm seeing because in my place, in my anecdotal experience, this is what I see. Okay, where you're saying this, how about you try this? How about you try that? This is the conversation these two guys is having. Literally on both sides of the spectrum, Anton saying, hey, Boyce, you're pandering to women. Boyce saying, hey, well, I'm technically saying it, but hey, Boyce saying, hey, technically, Anton, you're pandering to men. So now you got one guy speaking for the women, the voice for a selective group of women, and then you have another guy on the right speaking for a selective group of men, and both of them is angry. Both of them is angry. You got one selective group of men that's delusional, is all get out, arguing about one thing that A is never even going to happen for them, or B they just for the shits and giggles of it, and C maybe they're just like, you know what, I just like Anton because I like Anton. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I like Fresh Fit because I like Fresh Fit, or their excuse is, hey, I don't watch their podcast with women, but I watch their when they do financial shows, whatever. You just have those group of people. You just have the group of people. Same thing with boys. That's why I said they're both pandering. You're sticking to a core audience. You're one's on the left, one's on the right of it. It just is what it is. So just be. That's what I'm saying. Even more so with the boys thing. Like, let me go on the angle of diminishing or breaking down Kevin Samuels. The man is like 2 years in, is gone. I will understand. Let's keep this 100. I will understand to Dr. Boyce Watkins in the beginning of the stages if he didn't agree to how Kevin Samuel was moving in the way with his platform, and that could be an argument. Or how he approached the certain type of women, that could be an argument. If Dr. Boyce Watkins was actually, because he said he watched him for the most part, but if he's really watching the people like us, like the ones that starting up from the mud and coming up, there's people that's even my platform, hosts and stuff that actually was modding for this guy, have a lot of inside background. And this is before Anton even popped up. A lot of screenshots, a lot of recordings. So I understand Uncle Rico's his perspective and his, I'm gonna say for the most part, projection, and I could be wrong for that one, that's fine. Projection of who Kevin Samuels is and how he is, and a lot of hypocrisies that Rico is calling out for Kevin Samuels, because a lot of it was shown in the early stages of Kevin Samuels. A lot of stuff that he was doing. This is before when he was doing a lot of group panels, before he actually started doing just let me just talk to the men stuff. It was a lot of that was talked about and brought up too. So that's the thing. So if he would have stayed on that little level and kind of like raised the bar a little bit and just kept it on that level, I would totally understand it. But now here he is 2 years in, and I even give him this one. And this is me saying to you, Dr. Boyce Watkins, take my word for it. I don't care. Again, you got the PhD, my guy. You got the PhD. But not saying as soon as the man passed, because I agree with Anton for this one. The man died. Okay, let it go. I would have gave my condolences and moved on. Or better yet, since you have a core audience of more women than men, I would have spoke on the selective group of women that literally was celebrating this man's death. When we here the Great Pill Podcast did a reaction of Kevin Samuels, it was a time of it was just alleged that he was passed away. Nobody didn't know for sure. Nothing was confirmed. Just the fact of that alone, I seen over three streams, live stream of women doing call-in shows, doing all the stuff. Like it was like 2,000 plus of women in the chat doing calls back to back to back, just laughing and joking and like whatever they were saying about this man when he was passed. It's like, for me, I was like, that is wild for grown adults to has this much venom to spew about a man who passed away. That was crazy. And then one of the female women up there, shout out to Melanie King, who claimed that she was a so-called close friend of Kevin Samuels, was literally using this man's death as a cash grab. Literally using this man's death as a cash grab. So my advice at that point is over and done with now, but I would have used that as a conversation builder right there, boys. Like, look, all women can't be like this. This is a way you should handle yourself. This is a way you should move properly, ladies. For those women, don't be like these type of women. But from what I've seen, you're speaking for all women. Like any woman you get your hands on, you just grab them. Like, yeah, let's get some more women in here, more views, more women, clicks, views, sub. So that's what I would say. I would have addressed that, moved on. If you'd have brought it up again, as far as the Kevin Samuels, like, look, there, maybe there's some critique in it. Maybe I can ad lib to it, and I'd have left it alone. But a lot of stuff you're saying right now from then, and we'll get to the second video in a moment, it's just like you can't let it go. It's like an ex-girlfriend. Like, man, we broke up. I gave you the note. I gave a phone call. Hell, I even gave you the last dinner, and you still got my name in your mouth. Something's wrong with you. I've seen people for a whole year talk about me, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Even on Christmas, I don't even look for nobody. Christmas comes up, still got your name in your mouth. Like, wow, even on Christmas, don't you got family? Don't you got friends? Don't you got loved ones around you? But you still got somebody's name in your mouth. So that's why I take it like it's kind of personal to a degree. It's like it's not that serious. The man is gone. Like, and I get what Uncle Rico saying. The man is gone. Like, come on now. The man's gone. When he even passed, his channel even blew up. Every person I see either clipping him and making whatever reference points to what it is. Let it go. Let it go. And the fact that he's a doctor, issues. Shout out to Uncle Rico, said yes, and a ton of women celebrated his passing. But what did you think will happen? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I think mental illness is a real thing in social media. I've been saying that for the longest, and I'm gonna keep saying it. When the moment was it like not really Facebook, because Facebook just Facebooking, but the moment between Facebook started and just evolved to something else after YouTube got upgraded. It is a lot of very toxic people, a lot of narcissistic people, a lot of drama people just start coming together in one little goat. So that's what I think. So I am shocked just to see humans as adults, because I don't see nobody doing that in real life. Again, my world, right? My world.
Like a lot of guys don't make the cut and then run around
in the clip,
bitching and pissed off because the woman didn't want him. She had better options than you.
What in the clip did you play that I say that was woman bashing or toxic?
Okay, let's play the clip. How about we play the clip?
Let's play the clip.
Cool? All right, let's pull the clip up and we can dissect it. That way we can look at a refresh memory. And I gotta actually take a quick leak. So this will be your platform for a minute. Let me see if this is.
I don't care what nobody say. I definitely.
Damn. All right, you know what? It's on my Instagram. Okay, so let me pull it up on my Instagram. But I'm gonna play the clip, man, because the thing about it was the tone. If you want to understand like the other point of view on what you said, go to my page. Since you said more women might follow me, or whatever, than you. Take a look at what some of the ladies said, and I think that women should be heard. Right? It doesn't mean you got to agree. The question is, are you hearing women, or are you just telling women what you think, and that we somehow, because we're men, our opinion is the only opinion that matters? That's the part that's the problem. And that was the issue I had with. I like Kevin Samuels. Kevin did a video about me. I felt bad because he was very supportive, bro. He was very supportive of me in the video. But Kevin died alone. Kevin Samuels, the same shit he said about that woman. You're gonna die alone. You're gonna die alone.
He keeps saying, I'm sorry. He keeps saying it. It's like that's the only thing he got to say. I got the receipts. What's the receipt say? You're gonna die alone. He said that over 2 years ago, boy. But I'm saying, look at the receipt. You see here, this is all the proof I need. This is a smoking gun.
You went in on you the minute that he passed away. You started talking junk about him the minute that he passed away.
You know what? I had to be honest. Just like you said, you don't pander. I don't pander.
Well, how can you sit here and say that you rock with me?
I lost a lot of black male friends because of that position, but I'm okay with that.
I'm with having smoke for people when they can defend themselves.
Facts.
But how can you speak ill upon a man after he passed away? That's just low. That's low brow, boys. You know it. You cannot start speaking all of a sudden start talking on a person after they passed away. Hold on. Because I know him. I spoke at his funeral, right? I know his mother. I know his daughter. That was low brow. To hear you as a voice of the black community talk negatively about a person after they passed away, that was foul, boys.
In any community. In any community, he did not die alone. People was harping on the fact of who the woman that was there with him. Shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes. He didn't die alone. His little jump off was there with and she was trying to resuscitate him. In any community, like let that be your parts. Let that sink in your noodle. In any race, any culture, think about it. Jesus. GP Dallon is what made Kevin Samuels. You know what's also made him famous too? Winter's coming. Anybody remember that? Winter is coming. Guess where he get that phrase from? Game of Thrones. He got it from Game of Thrones. He made a parody joke out of it. That's how when he said that, and I heard, I said, "Oh, Kevin Samuels a geek too? Kevin Samuels a fan of Game of Thrones too? Okay, I see you, Kevin. I see you." That's where he got there from. It wasn't no let me make a calculated to attack the women. Like fellas in the barbershop never made no little dumb quote or saying or slurs about another chick, and then we walk out and we know we still got our ring on our finger when we walk out that barbershop. So people, again, this is why I said the conflating and speaking on absolute on one thing. That was all one of his catchphrases too. Now let's be 100. Winter is coming, and you know what my dumb ass was doing during that time? I said, "Damn, it's April. Winter ain't coming right now. June, winter ain't coming right now. September, oh snap, winter is coming. Okay, let me. Is Kevin Samuels playing mind games with me? Is I'm gonna dive in? Is Kevin Samuels around September, October, November? Is Kevin Samuels? Is he gonna do some grand rising stream?" And guess what my happy-go-lucky ass was doing? I was still watching Kevin Samuels, waiting to winter to come. He kept saying it, winter coming, winter coming, winter coming. And then when winter came, I seen the same dumb content he was doing the other 6 months ago then. And I was like, okay, you just saying it. So this is the point I'm making. When somebody say a little something, I get it. You're in YouTube, you're in media, you're in stuff. Again, the same thing Anton. I don't like a lot of stuff Anton do and say, but guess what? If he's a little clickbaity, things that people say to give what they got. And no, I'm not dropping on a link right now. Okay, you're gonna enjoy my vitriol of what I need to say. Okay, everybody got a word and message. That's why you're in the chat to voice your opinion, to be a free thinker, good sir. Okay, welcome to the Grey Pill Podcast. Welcome to the Grey Pill Podcast.
Grey Pill Podcast. You guys check out Grey Pill Podcast.
Thank you, nice lady. Thank you. All right, back to the show.
There was nothing I said about Kevin after his death that I did not say when he was alive. And Kevin knew it because Kevin was talking
Why
about my
would
wife
you speak
on the
negatively
platform.
about a
Yeah,
person after they passed away?
I
They're
did
not
not
here to
know.
defend themselves.
My position is unconditional honesty. I don't give a fuck if you're alive or you're dead. My opinion is not
That's
going to
fine.
shift.
That's a
I
character.
did not.
That's a character.
No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. I did not dislike Kevin. I specifically gave him compliments. I talked about the good things he did. But
No.
there was some
I did not give compliments
man,
when
we
he
gotta
passed away.
defend our women, man. If you got a platform when you're making
No.
women feel bad,
No.
acting like women are
Yes,
the only
Mike.
ones who can
You're trying to
dialogue.
move it.
No, that's for certain women, though. Again, that's for certain women. Just like certain men, there are certain men as jerks and buttholes and anything else. Just like certain men. Shout out to Destron. Yes, sir. Thank you. About to get the promo out again. We are doing group conversations for 8 p.m. Central Time. I don't know specifically what the topic is going to be. It might be relationship based. It might be reacting to something that me and the group had said. I was speaking earlier. I don't know if you can. I'm sure you didn't. Just trying. I was speaking earlier about just content building and the levels of it. I think that should be a conversation. I was thinking of just reaching out to some actual content creators bigger than myself, so we can kind of add up to the elements of that and just have like a good conversation. Because I know a lot of people to say, like Lady Devore, right? Out and Marcus, they would start out chatters. There was mod people, and then most people became like panel hoppers. Then it became like, most people actually became content creators, collaborators. And there's some people that's not collaborators. Some people just do just regular straight content just for VODs. So I was figuring like, okay, that might be a conversation, but we will see. But tonight at 8 p.m. Central Time, we are going to have a group conversation. All right. So once it's done and over, I'll be having a thumbnail and everything ready for it and take it from there. But tomorrow, definitely going to be a part 3 of Dr. Boyce Watkins, because shout out to Do Better was sending me some information through email. So that'll be a part 3 of that. What else we got going on? Shout out to Jay the Informant. I'm late. ... Here though. Hey man, you just getting started. You good? We about to finish this off and go into part 2 of Dr. Boyce Watkins, speaking of Ill of the Dead. Anton Daniels addressing that for the most part. And days later, after this video, Doctor, I'm gonna say his name, put some respect on the name because he's a doctor, but at the same time, he's a doctoring. Showing a lot of emotions about a guy that passed away that's not here no more, and I'm trying to figure out why. So Anton's addressed him in this video, and then the next, I think like 2-3 days later, he goes a live stream, start talking about Anton again. I'm like, I mean not Anton, but start talking about the late Kevin Samuels again. I'm like, why are we still talking about the dead man? He's gone. He's gone. Like, what are we trying to do? What is it? Rather advice to defend from the truth. I'm confused. Oh yeah, I'm lost too. Well, fingers up. If you a Kim says Harris, you're not missing anything. Man, we gotta get to the truth. And this is what we're here for, lady. Everybody got their opinions, everybody got their perspectives. Shout out to the Grey Pill. Everything's not black and white. There's what? Gray in the middle. So let's get cracking to it. Shout out to Draw. Thank you for correcting me, RT. The late great. I'm gonna say the late Kevin Samuels. I don't think he's that great. I don't think Anton's great. But again, they doing better than I am in the YouTube space. So shout out to them. That's on one level. Don't know him personally, but here we go. What else? Detron said, nah, GP almost slipped up and said. Hey man, you got too much good ears, man. You're doing good today, sir. You're doing good. You get this one. Good for you. Good for you. All right, let's get to the video.
Goalposts. You're moving the goalposts.
No, we're not moving the goalpost.
Once a person passes away, first of all, it was fresh off of his death, and his mother is grieving, and his daughter is grieving. His friends is grieving. People that actually care for him is grieving. You piled on in the death.
Boy, it's like I ain't hearing that. He got hands.
That's lowbrow, boys. Listen, and I said it. I don't care if people say anything about a person when they're alive and they can defend themselves. He got a platform. He can say whatever it is that you want to say. When somebody passes away and people are grieving and you piling on in the same way that a lot of these other women that didn't like him, and you say that you like him, but you validating how it is that that's lowbrow behavior. I will never.
That's true. I have to agree with that one. That is true. It speaks a lot of your character. I'm just going to keep it 100. It speaks a lot of your character.
Talk negatively about a person that cannot defend themselves, or if I don't care for somebody, I'm just gonna not say nothing at all. I'm not gonna talk negatively about somebody.
But it's okay. But it's okay to tell women who are gonna die alone that they're gonna die alone.
So that's okay. Fall into your platform. It's okay to build. You forgetting one thing, Boyce. You forgetting one thing. They called into his platform to get his advice. He did not ask them.
They did not call in to get abuse. They did not call in.
No. Every single and you're not giving them credit for all of the things that he asked.
You know what's crazy? I have to agree. It's like a split decision. I have to agree for the most part with this one because Fresh and Fit is a perfect example. Because that's something that was an excuse that and Anton should have gave that same smoke to Fresh and Fit too. But that's we'll have that conversation another day too. But that's a valid point. The same way Fresh and Fit uses that same argument. The Fresh and Fit would say, "Hey, they came onto my show. They came to speak to us. They came. Oh, look, when they leave here, their Instagram going to jump up." It's like that was an excuse. It's still not an excuse for abuse. I get it. If people come onto your show, I have people on my show too. This is why I would be honest. This is why I invite people because I'm like everybody either can't have the conversation, don't know how to be respectful on the platform, and don't know how to carry themselves well. Shout out to Shay Means. When Shay Means was arguing with what's that guy name? Who he was fighting? Jesus Christ. I can't remember the guy name. What was the guy name that the black dude is always hating on women and Shay Means had fought him as a woman? I can't remember the name. Anywho. Well, I can't remember his name. And I'm like seeing his face. He's on Rumble now. When he left, when that woman argued with him and literally fought him on Fresh and Fit, their excuse was, well, she asked to come on the show. No, you placed them together on purpose. You knew controversy was going to stir up, but you didn't know how much of the controversy was going to start. You didn't know it was going to become physical. Now, back to the optics part of it. When she came on this show and had a conversation with the Grey Pill Podcast, and she actually brought receipts of the events occurring. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Thank you, RT. When Shay Means argued with Tommy Sotomayor, she came on this platform, shared her story with the receipts. Before she came on this platform, I seen her on every other platform. Like, you looking horrible. You carry yourself very poorly. So just respect to her as a person, as a female, because I know certain spaces are going to look at you one way. I say, look, you got to get the angles right, the mic check. You got to get all this going on. You got to present yourself well. That's pretty much the group. The original group of Grey Pill was like, look, this is how you need to behave. This is how you need to act. Like, we're going to let you be you and share your truth, but let's present yourself a little bit better accordingly. And that was it. After that, she took off and did her own thing, and she's on Tasha K and Russell Wells. So, yeah. But there's no excuse. Even if a person come on your platform and you having a conversation with them, or it comes a little bit engaging, I get it. But that is not an excuse for that person. Hey, well, they came on my platform, so they deserve what they get. No. That's like if I invite you in my house and I'm thinking that we're going to sleep together, so, well, she deserves what she get. No. So I agree with the most part. Shout out to Team Peterson. Appreciate you, good sir. Says finally catching a live salute. The Great Pill Podcast. Salute to you, good sir. You've been doing wonderful things to do better. Wonderful things. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, let me make sure I get caught up with something with the chat. So GP, so what's Anton character with all he has said? We ain't get there yet. Again, we gotta get to the second one. We ain't done yet. Because I'm gonna rock this sucker out. Because this is a long time coming when I saw this. I was gonna go live Monday right after content creator I follow, and I somehow moved the schedule to like 12 minutes. I was like, what the crap? So I revised it from this one. So lucky for me, had a great day Sunday. Shout out to the real life touching grass. Shout out to Apex in the clouds. Enjoyed my day Sunday, Monday, and I was like, look, I'm just gonna life, and I pretty much didn't do anything for Monday, and I was like, let me prep. And actually, when I'm done with this, I need to make a phone call too, because this is the week I'm actually doing I started an accountability group again for fitness and health. So me and somebody else going to be each other's accountability buddies for meal prepping, working out, and all that good stuff. So that's what we're going to be doing. Tron said, Anton never used this logic. It was someone he despised. I'll use the Hitler argument is picking and choosing. I agree. GP advice and insulted is two different things. I agree. And that's pretty much why I address it too. It's no excuse when you come onto my platform and you're disrespecting, because I understand the engagement level to it too. Like, and I use example, like here, for example, if anybody can go back where there was a guest on here named Ashley and my co-host Classic Ruby. Them two got in it was something that she disagreed to something Ruby said. She came up, had the conversation, then they ended up arguing. It got allowed for the engagement part, but for the disrespect, it stopped there. Because I'm not gonna allow. I don't care if my co-host is my co-host, because I heard somebody on another platform like, oh, she got ranking. It doesn't matter. She's still a guest. I'll give you a second example. We had a chill panel, had a bunch of guests on here in this platform, and it was somebody new in the chat. I never recognized, never seen them, and they was engaging like y'all guys engaging, right? The person never said anything disrespectful, nothing. The person in the chat, when we're reading the comment, because it was relatable to the topic of conversation, he instantly, oh, she's stupid, and just like went off on a whole tangent. I cut him off. No, you're not going to disrespect. You're not going to abuse and disrespect my chat when they're voicing their opinion and giving their observation on their opinion. You're not going to do that. So things like that, I don't allow. But I understand, like, when these two individuals, for the most part, and the example that he's trying to give Cameron Samuels, most people do that and allow that, and will do that to other people to try to get the engagement value up. So yes, in short, Uncle Rico, that is abuse. So you can't use the excuse of, oh, they came up on my panel. Great, they came to your panel, just like, i.e., a person coming to my house for a date. I'm not going to automatically assume one thing when it's not going to go there. So I definitely agree with that one. Shot lady, and he did it. Then there he didn't keep making content or her or repeating it. Yeah, that is true. Also, shout out to lady, says when you speak bold and think something no one else told you, then why not? Why not? So you get back to reality, not delusional. Okay, I'll let y'all have that conversation. We'll get back to the video because I really want to go to part 2.
Actually help, because he had statistics and he had facts. He had people that he was actually getting to the finish line. And see, we don't talk about that part, and you're still moving the goalpost. The fact of the matter is, it does not matter what happened when somebody was alive. Us as people with a platform, we should not be talking about people fresh on their death in a negative way. And then at the same time, you sitting here talking about, well, I like him. You can't have both. Either you was rocking with him and you liked him, or you didn't.
No,
but if it was somebody,
I don't. But that's.
I will never do that. I will never do that.
But let me correct you. I don't do that with anyone. There's nobody that I think is perfect. I'm not a follower. I don't rock with somebody 100% or hate them 100%. I talk about the nuances. And I think with Kevin, what I always said about Kevin was the exact same thing I said before he died and after he died. I was consistent. I might be an asshole, but at least I'm a consistent asshole. As I said, he's a brilliant guy. He did great work, but he realized his channel took off when he told that lady she was gonna die alone. And right before he died, he said some shit about like when you over 35, you're a leftover. Nobody wants you. Who the fuck thinks that shit? That's bullshit.
We can
There
go
are
back and forth.
women in
Listen,
our
I'm not
community.
here.
Yeah, but I think I remember that video, but I think it's got to be context to that too. Like again, that's what I'm saying. We just can't say one. It's like when you clip something. When you clip something of somebody or somebody else, is like that doesn't speak in what it's. I don't know. That's wild. I think we need context to that one, Doctor. We need context to that one. Sorry, GP correction. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I'm not. Boy, you kill me with these emotions. I am not. You are laughing out loud. Play the petty game. What's going on? What is going on? I got a new one petty coming up. I saw Swoop doing something the other day. She got a whole train. Shout out to Apex. I get Anton's point, but this is the internet. Anyone can do whatever they want. Sad but true. Sad but true. Sad but true. Like Uncle Rico telling me what I should do in my podcast, telling me, commanding me, ordering me, Uncle Rico, to drop a link so he can give some virtual words to Anton as if Anton's gonna feel the pain. That's what Uncle Rico want to do. He want the link so he can come after Anton to spread his visual. That's what he doing. And I feel attacked. I'm saying it now, Anton. Uncle Rico is attacking me verbally through the chat, okay? I don't know why he's doing this. I feels attack. I feels attack.
Hell yeah.
That part.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's get back to the video.
I'm not here to defend Kevin.
Do you believe that? You believe a woman is worthless if they're over 35?
We can get into that. I'm not here to defend Kev because Kev's legacy speaks for itself, in my personal opinion. He said what he said. People can agree with it or disagree with it. I used to have conversations on the phone with him all the time, where I would personally disagree with him on some things also. But I will never let that come out into the public because that's not what friends do. If I was holding Kev accountable, or if he was holding me accountable, then we held each other accountable privately because we truly rock with each other. So I'm not here to defend Kev because Kev can his work speaks for itself. I'm saying that that's lowbrow behavior to speak on somebody. That would be almost like somebody bringing up Kobe's issues as far as what he dealt with when he was dealing with the whole rape charges upon the crashing and when he passed away. That wasn't the time for it, boys. That's when you pass away.
I literally just said that. It's a time. He summed it up better than I did, but that's the time and place for everything. Time and place for everything, even in the media. But I just feel like Doc's like, yo, let me get my clicks and views in. I hate the man. I don't like him.
People are grieving. They are grieving. They trying to remember the best of whatever it is that they have left of the person because it was an unexpected death. That's not right. It's just not right.
Let's be clear. I don't think I talked about Kevin until the time had passed. I didn't talk. It wasn't like I did a video right when he died and said breaking news. Kevin Samuels died, and this is why I'm. I wasn't happy about it. I wasn't, but I did use it as I was thinking about the people I care about, which is mostly young black men and young women, and I said, and I wanted men.
Yeah, but why Kevin Samuels? That's the part I'm trying to get. You directly targeted Kevin Samuels, so why? Why did you directly target Kevin Samuels? There were so many options of people. I even gave, for example, you could have literally target them. Fresh and Fit would have been a perfect example. Saint the Sinner would have been a perfect example. Who's another one out there? Tommy Maestro, perfect example to say, hey, let me share some light on what is and what isn't. And he gave an example for those individuals. They would have been perfect example because they are so far on one sided when it comes to the gender war conversation. Perfect example. So why'd you pick Kevin Samuels before he passed? You picked the Kevin Samuels again when he passed away. And here he is over 2 years, and you're up to 2 years, and you're still picking at Kevin Samuels again. The man is gone. Let it. You about to make him turn over in the grave. Can he just lay rested up just a little bit? Can't you just have the head up? Jeez. Shout out to Uncle Rico. Said GP. JC running from another L and waiting for Marcus. Oh yeah, I'm not. Oh Lord. DC said, go get him. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. But we appreciate the comments. Shout out to Random Universe. Said there's no super chat in GP question mark. I didn't push the button, man. I got it. I got lazy. I didn't push the button. Like I have a whole Discord. I didn't organize. I have like notes on my Discord. I just didn't take the time out to organize my Discord like I actually wanted to. It's gonna be crazy good how I'm gonna have the Discord because a lot of people ask so many questions of spaces because I pretty much consider myself like a virtual nomad, like to go and check out all these little spaces and sectors, and just take like little virtual maps of YouTube. And so I'm probably gonna have like a little section for that, so people just go there and be aware of what's what, and then have like everything else. But no, I didn't push the button, man. I think a mod here, somebody dropped the Cash App if they want to donate. I know I'm doing a donation. I didn't promote it. I probably promoted it once. I got a classmate is doing like a fundraiser for a daughter in her school, for her school. So I'm doing donations for that. I think I donated like $5 and $10 last week. So if anybody want to drop like $1, a few dollars, you're more than welcome to. And then anything I get is going to be sent over to her for our donations with her school. So they're doing like it's like a cookie thing and whatever. It's like, you know how you're like a freshman, sophomore, junior, high school, and then anything you have like each school grade have their budget, and then whatever their budget is, they'll take them on like a trips or books or tablets. Because right now, I don't think kids want to be reading books, so they got like the tablets and stuff. They help with their education. They're further along, so that's pretty much where it go. The Cash App of the same name is on the screen. The Grey Pill Podcast right there. You're more than welcome to donate to it. Any donations that I get, it will go straight to my classmate, so she can add it to her daughter's school and then take it from there. Just like before, I think it was Inky. We did like a little donation. Shout out to Lady Namor, where we was doing like a donation for her fundraiser. She was doing for actually it's a program that she has, part of her business, where she was donating to I think it was like battered women or something like that. And she stays in California, so that's pretty much what she does for work and some other stuff too. So we was doing donations and drives for that. I think before that, which I really don't care. Leslie, I'm gonna do that for the group conversations. Same way I have to respect Jumpy and somebody else. So I'm gonna make Leslie a to sponsor the show for the group, because Leslie had cashed at me. I think it was like $27. And I said, oh, okay. That went straight to the StreamYard. So I'll make sure that Leslie become a sponsor for group conversation at 8 p.m. So for the most part, in short, Random University just got lazy, bro. I've been had it. I just never pushed the button on it. I'll take the time out to do it. I think Red and somebody else that already have it, I'm sure they'll walk me through the steps. Yesterday, I pretty much did a whole day trying to re-educate myself on OBS when I had Prism, but OBS is actually better for a lot of apps and stuff they got with it. So once I get what's it I've been shopping around for. So I've been shopping around for a custom PC. So once I get a custom PC, I'll go straight to OBS and just start building from there. But yeah, just lazy for the most part. Shout out to CDT Beats. Peace and blessings, all. Peace to you. Appreciate you, good sir. If anybody wants some good custom music, go to that guy. I will be working with you very well in the future, sir. I promise you that. If it's not over here, it definitely will be on my gaming channel, because I got a lot of ideas, and a lot of notes all over the place. What's going on? So, okay. So I'll get back to you, Rico. So CDB said, in my opinion, he pandering to the women that are in his chat. Yeah, they're both pandering. You got Anton pandering to the men. Boyce is pandering to the women. And they going at it. That's all I see. So some right on most points, some wrong on other points. Shout out to Uncle Rico. First person who milked money off his dad was Melanie King. He's supposed to be Fred. Gotta. Hey, you right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Because that's the part that killed me. Them the only two people I saw on my end. I saw Melanie King getting super chat, and at the same time, somebody sent her a super chat, and a chat said, "Hey, can't you take off the super chat button and just have the conversation?" She kept that super chat going, and she's like, "Gimme, gimme, gimme." With the fake tears, the fake phone calls, Melanie King was getting that dono, and everybody was falling for it like suckers. Shout out to Team Peterson. He wasn't there to defend himself. Saint and the center fresh and fit would have both roasted. I ain't gonna lie. You know what would have been more entertaining? I think Myron would have been more engaging with them for the conversation. But Saint would have Saint is a master gaslighter. Saint would actually gaslit him. So that's why I understand with the whole I understand why Priscilla went over there, but at the same time, Priscilla was not prepared for Saint. She was not prepared, but you're 100% right. They'd have roasted him the whole time. Ah, man. Hey, what is this? Salute. I appreciate you. So let's get back to the conversation.
And to understand that men die alone too. Men who don't invest in family, they die alone just like women do. And so with what happened with Kevin, I hate it. It was me being overly logical. He was a logical guy. I think he could understand this. The reality is that we need to stop acting like it's only women that can die alone from making bad relationship choices. Men, we do have a privilege. Black men, we have a huge privilege because statistics show that the percentage of marriage eligible black men to black women is highly disproportionate because of mass incarceration and all that. So men like you or men like me that are at a certain age, that have money or whatever, you got the pick of the litter. Women are everywhere. There was over a supply of women. It was too much, right? But that's why I wanted to get married. I didn't want all that no more. So the thing about it is a lot of women that are gonna die alone, whatever we want to call it, it's not because they were hoes or they all made bad choices. It's because there's an imbalance. And I think that you got to talk about that, man. You can't just talk.
We can debate that, but I just wanted to make sure that I addressed that I didn't think that was right. I mean, we could debate anything, or not even debate. I don't even want to say debate because debate is, you taking a position and I'm taking a position. I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong and I'm open to hearing you. And after this conversation, I'm also going to take into consideration everything that you say because I do think that you're intelligent and I do think that you make some interesting and good points, right? But we can have a conversation about anything. I just don't agree with the way that you addressed it. I thought that it was, I think that you're better than it.
Okay. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. And the feeling's mutual. And I want us to, I'm glad we're connected. I want to say that because I do believe in conflict resolution and I appreciate the fact you came in. So I got that clip. I'm gonna play your clip. And then I want you to give your perspective on what you were saying, and then I'll give you my take. So I think I got the right clip here. Here we go.
I don't even want to be in the presence of a woman that's tainted. You don't have a chance because he already had you. Listen, if it's that easy for me to get it.
Hey, I'm gonna play this, and just to be fair, I want to see who's actually open and honest with the conversation. What's said, not the person. So I'm gonna play it back, and y'all let me know what y'all think of the conversation. Of the video he's about to play. Now, this is a reel from Anton Daniels, and I think that's what kind of sparked up some conversation from boys.
He's about to play. Now, this is a reel.
Excuse me. All right, so y'all let me know what y'all think.
Perspective on what you were saying, and then I'll give you my take. So I think I got the right clip here. Here we go.
I don't even want to be in the presence of a woman that's tainted. You don't have a chance because he already had you. Listen, if it's that easy for me to get it, I don't feel that special because he hit it and he hit it and Dreadhead hit it and Umar hit it. Boys didn't hit it. Boys didn't hit it. He didn't have a chance. We ain't worried about boys. And the favorite football player hit it and the basketball player hit it and the homie from the hood hit it and they ran a train on you before that. And then you had a kid by him and you had a kid by him and you had a kid by him. And then for some reason you think you're supposed to be sitting in the presence of kings. Since when did that happen? How is it that we started qualifying ourselves for people that we don't even qualify to sit in front of? And then they want you to be a step crash dummy. I just got a quick question, ladies. What qualifies you for a good man? Gentlemen, for those of you that have held yourself to a higher standard, have gone through the fire, has become the best version of yourself, and continue to evolve based off of what your next preference is, your next purpose is, your growth curve, because your purpose is ever evolving depending on where you at in your life. I tell you all the time, vet for the direction that you're going in. So the woman that you wind up being with is not the woman that you've met. Anton, how do you vet for the direction that you're going in? Think about it. Overwhelmingly, guys, the value of a man continues to rise as he gets older. Value of a woman diminishes as she gets older. That's why they call it the wall, because she hit a certain point in her life to where if she can't climb, she bound to drizzle out. Shout out to Snoop.
That's correct. So
All
what
right.
part-
All right. So y'all heard what he said. So you let me know just on that alone. What do you think about the comment? Can you leave out the person? Can you separate the person from the word said? Shout out to our religious people in the chat. So can we separate the two? All right. I'll let some little cool music play a little bit, and then we'll process that for a good 30 seconds. Okay, a good 30 seconds. So let's see. We got some nice little chill music here. Let's see.
Yeah. No.
All right, we're back. So everybody had a lot to say in the comment sections earlier. So do we agree to what he's saying or not? Do we agree to what he's saying or not? Like, what's y'all's opinions on it? X-Ray said, okay, I agree with Anton 100%. That's a free thinker. Shout out to X-Ray. Welcome to the Grey Pill Podcast. You can hate the man, you can dislike the man. Wrong is wrong, and right is right. Lady Divorce says, facts. You agree with them. Lady also says, come back. Nobody want to participate. Should have get in the poll, bro. Team Patterson, he was telling how men think about promiscuous women. Men judge a woman's past. Women judge a man's future. Even if Anton is the source, truth is the truth. Shout out to Team Patterson. Sound like another free thinker, voicing his perspective. Welcome to the Grey Pill Podcast, sir. Agree to disagree. You hate the man, dislike the man. In the videos, he telling the truth. Now, for me personally, when I heard the video, I said, oh, he's not speaking on all women. He's not attacking all women. He's speaking on the selective women that you come across. If you come out your mouth, and this is for the men, Dr. Boyce Watkins, if there are selective type of men that's seeing the same woman getting ran through by all the homies, and that's something you're joking and laughing about, and then you turn around and you hit it too, what I say about your character? Now let's flip it. If that woman is smashing all the homies, if that woman is smashing the football team, if that woman is going through all the Hollywood celebrity hoes. Shout out to the Kardashians. Shout out to the Kardashians that started her fame and fortune off a corn video. And you know this, and you're aware of this, and you still engage. What does that say about you? If that woman is being delusional and think just because she can get all these other men, but her goal is marriage, her intent is married with children, but she's consistently doing the same toxic behavior. That is delusional of her to think that, oh, well, I can just get any man. No, you cannot get any man. According to you, Dr. Watkins, said the same thing, Anton. We chose better. We moved on. We knew about the girls and their whole phases. You said this. You had a cheesy smile on your face the whole time when Anton brought it up. Oh, the girls in the whole phases. You had this big Kool-Aid smile on your face. Like you was reminiscing. You was going way back in your memory banks about the whole phases. Hey. Let's think about that. So that's how I see the video. It's not for everybody. If it resonates with you, it resonates with you. I don't know. He's waiting for me to drop that link, lady. I don't mind dropping it for him. He waited for me to drop that link. He want to rage out. Team Patterson, he said, if a woman or a man brings shame upon your last name, they should never share it. And again, this is one individual opening up his perspective, not speaking on all, but at the same time, that's a fair point. Date, court, sleep, do whatever with intent, moving accordingly. You can't have it all together. You can't say I'm just going to sleep around with everybody else and like, hey, I'm looking for marriage at the same time. It doesn't work like that. I knew a young lady, and again, this is my anecdotal experience, and that doesn't speak for all women. I knew one lady, very nice, very sweet. Every day she's buying beer. Every day she's buying alcohol. Every day she's going to the parties. Every other day she's doing this. But she says she would like to get married. She would like to get married. But here's the crazy part, though, Team Peterson. The person she mostly drank and smoked with is her uncles, adult men. So again, that's why I be saying when I hear all these little absolute speaking, like it's not everybody. It's context to the story. Like you got to have these little conversations because there's these gaps. This chick is like in her early 20s, drinking and smoking, saying that she want to get married. Okay, what type of guy you looking for? Gave her critique what type of guy she's looking for. I'm like, I don't think that type of guy will be one to look for you per se, but she drinking and smoking with her uncles, grown men. So you have grown men teaching this lady like, yo, this is okay behavior for the most part. Food for thought. Food for thought.
What part of that is woman bashing?
That a woman's value diminishes as she gets older. I think that there is a
stop looking around that you had, man. This is the part that kills me. He was so focused on everything needs to be said, but he's looking around. Body language says everything. He's looking around like I'm trying to find the words. I'm trying to find the correct way to say things. I'm trying to be articulate. Shout out to Eric. I'm trying to be articulate to what's the best thing to navigate this conversation.
A better way to lay that out. Now, one thing I will say, I'm gonna start with where I agree with you, because these debates are hard.
No, the debates are not hard. Speak on the person, on what you disagree with, and then work on there. Do not speak when you agree with, because if you're agreeing to everything that the man is saying, there's no conversation no more. There's no more conversation. You pretty much agreed to almost 90% of what Anton's saying. There's no conversation.
That's why they call it the wall, because
What part of that is woman bashing?
That a woman's value diminishes as she gets older. I think that there is a better way to lay that out. Now, one thing I will say, I'm gonna start with where I agree with you, because these debates are hard for me, honestly, because I listen to a lot of the stuff you say, and I listen to a lot of stuff Kevin said, and I completely got it. I do, and my wife doesn't get it the way I get it. And I've encouraged her. I've said, you should probably listen to some of these guys because they are reflecting something that a lot of men feel, and I think that should be heard. I think that the way I would challenge you on that a little bit is to say, is there a way you can make your point without it coming out as what you are against? You did talk about what you were for. You talked about men, the best version of yourself and everything else. And the problem with people on the internet is that a guy who's listening to you, there's nothing in that video that makes him say, well, maybe I need to step my game up. Where am I lacking? Where have I made a mistake? Where have remember, we're men, we're the leaders of the community. If the community's falling apart, a lot of it's falling on us. Where am I not doing what I'm supposed to do? Right. And then the other part is that I think that really just sort of saying things like, look, as a man, my value goes up as I get older. As a woman, your value goes down. I know a lot of guys whose value does not go up. Because of the bad choices that they're making. They got the babies, mamas, the diseases, the bad credit, they haven't got their money up, education levels flat dead, not taking care of their kids, not a good leader of the household. So this is, I think that's a false idea. And then also I think that as men, it's not really our right to tell a woman what her value actually is. There are some women who have enough juice where they could sleep with several men and do whatever they're gonna do and still bag a good man because she looks good or because she knows how to treat a man or whatever. I think that these hard fast rules I don't like. That's what I don't like. Like the idea that if you're over 35, you're worthless. That's not. I know women that are 42 that could compete with a 28-year-old. So why don't we talk about as opposed to trying to
I think Boy should have gave like some examples for this one. Like if you're saying a 42 can't compete with a 20-something-year-old, I think you should have gave like examples. Like, are we talking about? Because when I hear that, I think it's kind of weird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Jay. That's all he's been doing is repeating the same two things. He's not even adding any context to anything. Just even with this one right here, like if you're saying the competing part, like what do you mean by competing? Like, are you saying he said 42, but I'm gonna say 48. So if you're saying the 42 versus the 25-year-old, like in what way? Making babies? Like, is that a competition? Because if that's the conversation, that's weird. I don't see 22, 25-year trying to run around trying to make babies just to be making babies. Are we talking about the experience and growth development of education? Then the 42-year-old majority is winning in that one, in that department. Are we saying in looks and appearances? I don't know, because again, you no disrespect to Dr. Boyce, but you look older than I am. So there's a lot of and back in my day, I remember I'd be looking around like, yo, why the mom look hotter than the daughter? You still got women just looking like very attractive, very fit, know how to carry themselves. I prefer like a very experienced woman than a younger chick any day. That is me. So I don't know. I think we got, that's what I'm saying. You got to have the conversation. Like, I think you should have broke that down a little bit with some context behind that. And yeah, Jay, he's definitely repeating himself. Team said when you do the work and become the best version of yourself. Yeah, that's on both sides. There's a good man. There's a good woman for every good man. There's a good man for every good woman. But again, is what you are looking for. And this is what I say, team. This is my opinion. I always break out is you move with your intent. If you're saying, hey, I want a husband, I want a person, I want a boyfriend, I want a long-term person, and this is where you at in your life, mind, body, and soul, and just how you carry yourself in life, know what that means for the next person you come across. Like, I remember when I was just younger, and I'm like, even now, hey, own place, own apartment. So if I have another person in my life, before have another person in my life, I know I could just get up and drop a hat and just move, relocate somewhere else, right? But I have another person, even if it's like we're married and children, I got to think of them first before I think about myself. So it goes on both ends. People got to think how you move with your intent. Shout out to lady says 2 hour GP. I played outside with y'all. Moderate out. See you later. I'm busy. Okay. Any business, lady. Have a good one. Be safe. Yeah, there are chicks older than that beat out the women. Yeah, you been looking around like, yo, how do you? And she'll tell you like, I'm 45, I'm 50 years old. You be like, Jesus, you look like that. Oh, that's natural. Okay, all right, I see you. I see you. But then but when you say that, Jay, or you bring it up in selective spaces conversations, and then they'll ad lib to it. Well, maybe she came from a good household. Bro, we're talking about the parents looking. That don't mean she came from good. There's some ratchet families and very attractive people. Like, stop that. Stop it. Randy's verse said, yes, a hot 42-year-old will beat out a busted 24. Yeah. Yeah, that part. Stop. No teeth.
Rules.
You don't know no 42-year-old that can compete with a 28-year-old. Come on, stop.
Bro,
Stop.
let me tell you the truth. I'm honest reflection here. When I was 45, that was when I got married. I had just ended a relationship with a woman that was younger than me, much younger. And I made a conscious decision. I told my friend, I said, I really don't want to date younger women anymore because I want to date a grown-up. And at that time, I met women that were all 37, 38 and over because I specifically said, I do not want to date a woman under 35 because I want a woman I can relate to. I'm a cerebral man. I'm not a stupid guy. I don't think with my dick. I think with my brain. And I wanted somebody that actually had something in common with me, somebody who
That's good. That's how you're
how
supposed
to
to
care about
think.
something other than herself,
That's
somebody who
good.
wasn't thinking like a child. And Black women are gorgeous. There are women that can hit 38, 40. Now you're not 40 yet. You'll know. Like, I think when you get like 40,
I'm 41.
You're 41. Okay. Well, okay.
Jesus Christ. This is Zach. He don't listen. He don't listen. He's like, yeah. You'll know when you get the age. He's like, yeah, I'm 40. I'm 41. So what's your point? I literally just told you I never came from a broken home. I had my mother and my father in my life. My father passed away. My father passed away. That was just my mom. All of my brothers and sisters, like, we're grown up. We're adults now. Like, he don't listen. He don't listen. And
Okay. So I thought you were 38. Okay, so you're 41. As you get older, you start to just really see what Black women can do. Now, it doesn't apply to all women, but there are some women.
I'm an advocate, equal opportunity employer. I see what all women could do. But Black women's on number one.
But I hear that look really good that I would literally legitimately that might be 41 that I would pick over a dumbass 29-year-old.
Do you hear yourself? You're saying a woman that looks really good. See, when I teach guys what to vet for, I'm not focused on the silly shit like women that look really good. I'm teaching guys to vet for whether or not she has great character, whether or not she's a good mother, right? Or whether or not she would be a good mother. I'm teaching guys to be equally yoked with women that understand spirituality, right? Women that will pray for you when you go out. And a lot of times, one of the ways in which we qualify people, even in the job market, you look at their resume, right? And so if every other sector and in every
Hold on, what are you laughing about? What was funny? Well, let's scroll that back. What was funny?
Would be a good mother. I'm teaching guys to be equally yoked with women that understand spirituality, right? Women that will pray for you when you go out. And a lot of times, one of the ways in which we qualify people, even in the job market, you look at their resume, right? And so if
what was funny? That was a good answer. That was a good answer. That's on both parts, men and women. What was funny? Doctor. What was funny? I didn't hear the joke. I even say that myself. Vet. Nobody don't like me saying that. Well, I select people. You vet wisely. I'm lost. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm confused. Like, what was funny? I'm so lost. Like, what was funny? He literally gave you like that's a proper answer you're supposed to give somebody. Come like for the men, especially for the men, but also for the women. Like, be aware of the situation. Hey, if somebody approach you, have conversations, build a foundation, vet properly, vet wisely. It's literally like a job. You don't hand out an application. You hand out a freaking resume. You hand out a resume. And he's looking at him laughing. He was cheesing when he talked about some the girl going wild thing. He was reminiscing about that whole phase. He was cheesing, smiling at that one. Now the man actually give him some fun facts. He's cheesing, smiling about that one. Make that make sense. Jeez. Team Peterson and Twitter for men and women both check the bro. You already know, team. But dudes were just as much as hoes, just as the women was back in the day, man. Like it's lit. I after this stream is over, I appreciate y'all. When this is over, I encourage as much of y'all listening in the background, the replay, wherever have you, look up House Party in the 90s. In the 90s. There's literally a house party in the 90s. And there's actually a news article. I ain't gonna say which school. I'm not gonna tell you which school. That it actually it got attraction to the point where it got rated. It was literally like a whole house party type movie thing. People was having actual house parties, drinking, smoking, sleeping together. That's what they was doing. This is the 90s. So what do you think they was doing in the 80s? What do you think they was doing in the 70s? Like, make this make sense. Men and women was whoring together in the same house. So stop. I'm so confused, but he just cheesing and smiling, cheesing. Shout out to Project X.
Every other sector and in everything that we do in life, we qualify people based off of their past decisions. Then why in relationships is that the only sector because we feel a certain type of way or she looks good?
Hold on, somebody said a message over there. I still see. That's what I'm saying. I don't know who that lady is. Sheila Babe Mac. I still look good for my age. I don't have to compete. Got these young hoes upset. Boom, bars, facts. I like her already. Don't even know her. I like her already.
Because let's be clear. Listen, anybody can go and get some surgery. Anybody can go and get a BBL. Like, that don't mean nothing. The surface level stuff don't mean anything to people like, supposed to be people like me and you that have substance.
Boys, can I help you out a little bit? Just give you like one advice. Don't pull up if you're arguing or debating with somebody and that's your opposites. Don't pull up the critique that's talking trash about you, sir. Don't do that. Just little words of encouragement there. But shout out to the nice lady that said, hey, about the body part. Because I agree with her 100%.
That's trying to build, that understand the importance of creating a legacy that leaves a blueprint for other people that come behind us as to what it is that you should vet for. I'm not focused on the surface level stuff. I'm focused on things that actually build communities and add value. So it's not about looks. It's not about that for me, boys. And when I teach these guys, I'm telling them, vet for the direction that you're going in, not for what your current circumstances are. And that's why it's important, because when you see the narrative that's resonating amongst all of these other women channels, they're saying don't date guys based off of potential. When you 22, 23, 24 years old, you ain't got nothing but potential. You broke. You trying to figure it out. You're trying to grow. You're trying to get yourself.
Yeah, ain't lying about that one.
Together. You in school. You probably just got a job. You're in an internship or whatever. And so if they telling you don't date based off of potential, then all I can do is give guys insight on how it is that they can pick for women that actually look to go in the direction that they're going in, who are equally yoked. right? So when I say that a woman that is 42 can't compete with a woman that's 28, often at times I'm saying that you have a better idea of what her past decisions were to more effectively evaluate whether or not she's a good woman. I don't go based off of the surface. I don't go based off of optics. I go based off of reality, based off of truth.
So Theo, okay, so let me ask you.
And so similarly, when we reference back into that clip, if she slept with every single other guy and she had a whole bunch of kids by a bunch of other people, but then she still find herself not in a relationship, not married, not moving the way that she's supposed to move. So you telling me that as a man, if I'm single, no children, taking care of business, top of the totem pole, I know that statistically my earning potential is not even going to hit its apex until its late 50s, early 60s, that I'm supposed to pick her?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm actually.
I agree with that. I will just the age part. I think he said peak of 40, 50. That's also true. But there's people there's some people that actually retire early in their 40s, but it depends on the job and again what you're looking for and what your goals is. Because a lot of people, he is right. A lot of people after high school isn't aware of what they really want in life. They just going through the motions, and just it's kind of like to figure out to get to figure it out. So I agree with that.
Actually saying pick who the hell you want. Just pick who you want.
No,
that's not what he said.
No,
that's not what he said.
Here's what we agree.
That's not what he
You
said.
talked about a woman that where everybody done hit it. Umar hit it, and that they ran the train on her. I'm not picking that woman either. That's
you
not
don't know. No, how do you know?
Here's the thing. I don't need to announce that. I just will pick a quality woman. I picked what I wanted.
How? Quality woman.
Yes.
To me, a quality woman was a woman that fit my life.
Like meaning?
You said, all those things.
Yes, what is the characteristic? But listen, you said of a quality woman.
You were talking about the non-10. You were talking about the things that didn't have to do with what she looked like, right? The spirituality, what kind of mother should be. Well, then where did that comment come from about a woman's value diminishing with age? It seems to me that if she's older, she'd have more of the spirituality and be just a better person, be more intellectual, be able to connect with. So
let's have a conversation.
Why would you pick a young thought, a 27-year-old who still doesn't even know who she is, as opposed to say a 39-year-old who maybe is more evolved in that way? I'm not telling you what to
How did she discover who she is? Did she discover who she was by sleeping with a bunch of guys?
No, man. You need to take him back to that first question you asked him, because he was saying the quality woman. You should have held him to that. Because that right there, that was the goalpost move right there. Go right back to that same comment he made and have him address that. Because it's just like he's just saying stuff to be saying stuff, but he's not adding no context to it. He's talking about solutions. I'm not hearing the solutions. Hell, between me and half the chat gave solutions all day. I haven't heard solutions yet from this person. He's just saying one mockery of something.
Guys having a bunch of relationships because you can't unsee what you saw. You can't think about it. If a woman is 40 and I'm looking to have children, you have a better chance of doing it with a 28-year-old than you do with a 40-year-old.
That was my point. But again, it doesn't speak for all women. If it's just that one woman you come across, clearly you can tell, for the most part, you can tell she's over 27 years old. Obviously, she's an older woman. So again, if your mindset on just the looks like, oh, she looks hot, she looks attractive for her age, okay, and you know you want children, then she's not for you. She's not for you.
Now that is true. That is true, right? Because that was my real life dilemma. I was like, do I really want to have more kids or do I not? I married a woman specifically with children, not just because she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. She was one of my best friends, and her kids are great kids, well behaved, but also because they were already at a certain age where I wouldn't have to change no diapers. I didn't want to have a newborn and change diapers at 45, 46 years old.
We don't have to make a face about it, boys. Jesus, you don't make faces. They're only diapers. Calm down.
It was like, no, I'll take the 7 or 8-year-old and mentor that child, and that was fulfilling for me. And so my point:
mentor or groom. Dun dun dun.
Is to say, here's the thing: when I made that decision, Anton, I wasn't telling other men this is what y'all need to do. I was saying this is what the fuck I want to do. And I think
that's not what you say, boys. Because listen, boys, unfortunately for you and for me, everything we do is up for debate because it's not just what we say. Our life decisions are also communicated to people. And I think that the things that you do is 90% of the conversation. 10% of it is what we say. The 10% is just a cherry on top. That's just us highlighting and then using ourselves as an example in order to illustrate what you should do.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm slow. Shout out to my bad. I just saw it too. I literally got the phone like right here. I don't have the alerts. Shout out to Random University for sending a $10 cash app. Appreciate you, good sir. It will definitely go to a good place. Okay, definitely go to a good place. So thank you to Random University for the cash app. Appreciate you, good sir. That will get acknowledged. Also during the group conversation. Thank you. Back to the fuckery.
So your life decisions, unfortunately, and me, unfortunately, is up for debate. We don't get to control that. We are public figures, and now the things that we do, and then the way that we communicate to people, actually is communicating to them how it is that they should be moving and how they should make their life decisions because they look up to us based off of our results. And so you don't just say, well, I did it, and that's just the conversation, because that ain't even what you do. You also say, hey, these guys should be going out here and getting with these women that may have kids because we need to save the community, and these are the heroes of our community. That's what you also communicating, not only in your actions, but also you say it out of your mouth.
Well, you know what? I share my perspective, right? I don't think that anybody who is a free-thinking man should just be on another man's jockstrap to the point where you're doing everything that he does. You don't. Seriously, when we talk about voting, people always.
I ain't gonna lie, that was gaslighter. That was some good gaslit there.
Every time I say something critical of the Democrats, people think I'm telling people to be a Republican.
Boys. When I talk about Democrats, we're talking about the relationships, the stuff that you just addressed with Anton's video, and you speaking ill of a dead man. That's what we're talking about right now. Stay with us, boys. Stay with us, boys. Stay with us, boys. Stay with us, boys. That's what we're talking about. Don't try. We're not talking about no politics. That's a whole nother conversation.
Look, and the first thing I say is I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm telling you because I don't know your life. I don't know what your preferences are. It's like I can't tell you what kind of woman you should want. If you should want a tall, short, fat, thin, whatever. I'm saying that there is somebody out there for everybody, and pick what works for you.
It's not somebody for everybody. You see, that's why I think that you're wrong, because it's not somebody for everybody. We know that to be a fact. Everybody is not going to win. Everybody not going to get married. Everybody can't go on. We know that this is the truth. And so for example, I have conversations with women because I think that they're delusional to all be going for the same type of game. More importantly, I think that they're delusional to believe that they all deserve a great man.
Could that go for the with respects to anti? Could that also go for the men too? Because there's delusional men that go, collectively largely go for the same type of women too. Like they could be delusional as well. Wouldn't that make sense for them too? Shout out to Apex. Boys had it until he mentioned boy, that wasn't a goalpost move. Goalpost.
Because their definition of great is not realistic for what we actually need in our communities. Most of us are regular, everyday people.
Fact.
That's just the reality.
Okay,
we all regular, everyday people.
Well, let me ask you this though, but is it not delusional for us to decide what we think a woman deserves or what a woman can actually get?
Yes.
I've seen women who, maybe they got a couple kids and they are a certain age, but because they got the secret sauce and they know how to treat a man or they know how to exercise their options appropriately, they never run out of men that are interested in getting with them. So I don't think that I would have the authority to go. Think about it though. Think about it.
They don't run out of men that's willing to sleep with them. It's a difference.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Right. We agree on that. We agree on that. Right. But I can't. Think about
around is not good, boys.
No. Seriously, like imagine somebody telling a young black man that because you got a criminal record and a bad credit score, ain't no woman never gonna want to be with you. You don't know. I mean, this man might be 6'5" and handsome as hell. He'll never run out. He'll never have a shortage of women. Right. So.
I know that's when the simping started beginning. The simping. We're falling in the realms of simping now.
So the point is to say that you can't look at a person and make your determination that they're delusional. It's like if somebody says, I want to get a job and I want to work 10 hours a week, I want to make $500,000 a year. It's not my right to say that's delusional. I would say, well, that's going to be hard for you to do, but there are people like Anton Daniels who does work 10, however many hours a week you work, and you make a lot of money.
Right? Isn't it interesting because you're validating delusion as though people deserve to get what they think that they want. For example, why do we try to discourage every young guy from not thinking that they just gonna make it into the league? You don't have to be a rapper. Hey family, if you over here and you think that you deserve it, you're gonna be awesome and to be this big rapper or to be this big basketball player, we know statistically that you have a greater chance of being great when it comes to investing and putting into your 401k and reducing your tax burden and possibly starting a business if you understand it from a business perspective, or becoming going down a specific path from a college perspective and becoming a software engineer or a cybersecurity professional. I'm going to lead you into the thing, and then I'll say, listen, you can follow your dreams after you do what you're supposed to do when it comes to securing your future or to make sure that you're always going to be able to make money, right? And so the delusion is to put all of your eggs in that basket. And I'm going to call that young man out on that. And I'm going to say, listen, bro, if you're putting all of your eggs in to make it into the league, what if you break your leg, right? That's not realistic. And even if you make it into the league on average, the average basketball player only is in the league for 4 years. And then 5 years after they leave the league, they're going to go bankrupt. That's what the statistics say, right? And so I'm not leading him into this delusion.
I feel like I need to help. I got you, boys. I'm going to help you out, boys. Hey, boys, use the argument of the actors and actresses. Actors and actresses pretty much throw everything in on their goals and dreams. They be poor, they be eating potatoes, they be just eating whatever, living in, have these great grandiose stories like how poor and broke they are, all in that one dream, that one goal, and then they became successful. Come on, boys. I know you can do it. Shout out to Random said, dang, Boyce made a good point. Then the next sentence was yeah. Shout out to Apis, we are in a country where dreams can more than likely be accomplished than that. Boyce has a point. Yeah, it can, but I think he's speaking more on the relationship factor. But I don't know. Boyce just seems like he's agreeing, and then he's wandering and pondering with the eyes. Body language speak for everything. He is. I feel like he's losing this one.
Losing a way of thinking. I'm going to speak to him based off of what's best for him. And so it's the same thing when it comes to women, except for we remove those barriers because it's only based off of what you feel, not based off of the reality. The reality is that they don't deserve a certain type of guy based off of their life circumstances and the way that they live their life. See, the way that we judge people and we evaluate people is based off of what the results are. If you decide that you want to go out here and you sexy red, it behoove me to sit here and tell you that you deserve a Russell Wilson. But the problem is you'll have a Russell Wilson then hit these women with delusion because they've made the decision. Now you got every woman saying that they're going to say the Sierra's prayer. That's not reality for the majority of the Black community. So we got to speak to the majority. We can't speak to the anomalies. It's not realistic.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so I will agree with your point 100% is that,
and that's all you've been doing, agreeing with them. That's all you've been doing, agreeing with them. But yet you're making arguments that it's not valid.
Remember, my background's economics, and
I don't care.
I see everything as a market, and what you're basically saying is that if I am
hold up, he just said his background economics, and he see everything as a what? As a what?
So we got to speak to the majority. We can't speak to the anomalies. It's not realistic.
Okay, so I will agree with your point 100% is that Remember, my background's economics, and I think I see everything as a market. And what you're basically
My background is economics, and I see everything as a market. So what was his? So what was his plan? How did he get it with his wife? That doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't add up. Yeah, it doesn't add up. What's his line? His background is finance. Yeah, that didn't add up. I think Gray Pill just watched the last video with the with that actress argument. I don't know. I could have. I don't know. Let me know. I was binge watching. I ain't gonna tell you what I was binge watching because I know I get trolled in the chat. I already know how that's gonna go down. Apex. I'm convinced us as Black people have a comprehension problem or ADHD. I agree with that part is in our genetics because Boyce is this PhD but rambles and goes off topic. He cannot stay on topic with his answer. Hey, but he picked a wife that's a doctor. I don't know what his wife is a doctor in. So I know he mentioned it was a video. I kind of briefly watched a little bit of it. I think she said it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't care to pay attention to it. I'll probably go back and listen to it, but she's a doctor also. So, but at the same time, even if she's not a doctor, yeah, not Black people, bro. But we'll get on that. But at the same time, like you said, you got the woman you wanted, you chose the woman, and then when you got with the woman, so she's not helping you develop even better. Like you're the same. It seems like you're the same person. But I'm pretty much projecting, so it is what it is. But I just see his eyes in the corner again.
he's saying is that if you're talking to a kid in the hood that says I want to be the next LeBron, you might say, look, the odds of this happening are very, very low. But you never know. You might be talking to LeBron, right?
I wouldn't even say that. I would encourage him to reach for that goal, but have options. That's what I would tell him. Strive for that goal, have options, understand life expectancies for you. That's it. Have options. If you want to go that route, go for it. Understand your goals. Understand the options coming with it.
If LeBron's teachers had said going to the NBA is not going to happen for you, that would have been wrong, right? But most kids are not LeBron. We know this, right? So you might say, well, look, you're only 5'8". You don't even play basketball. This may not work out for you. And I agree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that when you talk about, the sexy reds or whatever, I'm right there with you on that. I talk about the sexy red bullshit all the time. But
I haven't seen it. I'll be honest. I was Coleman. I haven't seen him talk about the sexy reds of the world. I haven't seen it. And if there's one out there hiding somewhere, then I'll apologize. But he said I be talking about the sexy reds of the world as much as he's talking about the Kevin Samuels of the world. I haven't seen it.
I also think that at the same time, I think as men, we should probably be a little more nuanced in terms of how we have that conversation. We don't have to be bastards about it. A lot of people, men and women, you look at men that make bad choices. We could just say, well, you're a dumbass because you made bad choices. Now look at your life.
I want to say that.
Possible for you. Or you can try to also understand why he might have made those bad choices, why he might have went to jail at an early age because of the situation he was born in. So a lot of the women that they come to men like us for advice, that will take the time to hear what we have to say, to hear a man's perspective. Some of them are so damaged. Some of them, again, I don't agree with Sierra having a baby with Future. I think Future is a piece of shit. I really do. But the problem I have is that you have a lot of guys that live that same lifestyle, have that same mentality, who might listen to your channel and say, yeah, that's right. These hoes need to change their behavior. They need to do this, do that. And I'm like, well, what about you too? I don't know why Sierra had a baby with Russell with Future. Maybe she thought Future was going to be a better man than the man that he turned out to be, or maybe something's wrong with her. I don't even know.
That's where you lose me, boys. Come on, he had already had a bunch of children. and he's a rapper, and he was blowing weed smoke out here in these streets, and he talking about Molly's and Percocet. Come on, you don't.
Which again, he agreeing with him, but he's like, why would you even make the argument? Why would you even make the argument? Now I'm getting triggered. Why would you make the argument? And then he countered with his past, how Future started up, and you see that agreeing with him while you're licking your lips. Jesus.
She thought she was going
to. Now you are right about that. You're right. Just,
of course,
just
he's
like
right.
Men, we sleep with women that we ain't got no business sleeping with. My buddy got a stripper pregnant, and he's a professor, and I was like, why would you fucking?
Who's that? The other guy on Facebook, Country Wayne's. That's literally was Country Wayne's first story when he come. I was like, look, he's like, I was in the South. I'm in Georgia. I think he said Georgia. He said I'm in the South, and it was nothing to do. All he did was just smoke, drink, and sleep around, and that's how he got like 8-9 kids. This is Country Wayne's story, but he understood his consequences of his actions. He did whatever he could for his kids, and guess what he did? He was doing stand up. First, he said he was doing rapping. He was doing stand up, and everybody thought he was so funny, so he just started doing skits and stuff on Facebook. That blew up. That's how I pretty much know him from Facebook, and then from there, he just expanded. Stand-up comedy and all these little skits from YouTube and all this other stuff going on. He blew up, and as he's blowing up, he injected his kids into the skits of the conversation, and then they would start making money on their own. Like that literally is his story.
The stripper, like that doesn't make
and
any
he
sense.
needs to be held accountable for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what I would say with the accountability thing, I'm all about team accountability. I'm right there with you 100%. I just think accountability.
Then stop talking about a dead man. Stop talking about a dead man. He's gone. Focus on the children. Stop talking about a dead man. Focus on the children.
Accountability starts at home. If I have not fully held myself accountable, then I have to be careful about judging others and judging.
But I have held myself accountable, and so I feel like I'm in a position.
I think that you have, but I don't think everybody in your audience has. I think that there are men who literally go through life blaming all their problems on women. The reason I'm miserable is because my baby mama. Or the reason that the women did, the reason I ain't got no money is because women did this to me and did that to me. And I think it starts with their mother. I think a lot of them had mommy issues. And
wait. Hold on, stop there. How did they get mommy issues?
From their mommy.
Being raised by what? A single mother, right?
In some cases, yes. But then also remember, hurt people. So we are an ecosystem as Black people. In many cases,
hurt people is for every race. Every race. White people is everybody. This is where I don't like. I get it for the community. I get it, but at the same time, everybody got each culture, each race have their own problems within it. Everybody's pretty much racist. Everybody pretty much got their own type of crazy. Black people got their own type of crazy. White people definitely got their own type of crazy. Asian people got their own type of crazy. Filipino people got their own type of crazy. Asian people got their own type of crazy. Jewish people got their own type of crazy. Irish people got their own. Shout out to the Irish. Boy, they was going in. Irish people got their own type of crazy. Their own insecurities. It's all the same. Just a little bit of tweaks here and there. A little bit of tweaks.
Cases when you see an abusive man, a lot of times it rooted from behavior from some woman that did not do right by him. But when you see a woman behaving in inappropriate ways, a lot of times you can link that back to a man. And maybe it comes from her father or her ex-husband or whatever, right? And my point is to say that if we're going to
how it always comes back to the man, though, boys.
It does no. It comes. Well, I think that as men, all I can do is take responsibility for what I do. All I can do is look at like where am I contributing? Right. So as a husband,
we are our brother's keeper, and we hold everybody accountable. Nobody should be absolved from being held accountable, men and women. The difference is that I don't see guys get mad when I hold them accountable, but I do see women say that you automatically women bashing when you call a spade a spade. Listen, if you've been slutting it out and you for the streets, and then I say, hey, you've been slutting it out and you for the streets.
Jesus, bro, I swear. And he's laughing like he's laughing. Laughing and cheesing. Laughing and cheesing, agreeing. Laughing and cheesing, agreeing. It was something you said earlier. I agree with you. Apex. What was that earlier you said? I threw up. I think Voice Watkins like gaslit me so far. I'm convinced that that those ain't Anton's teeth because he can't. Oh, I got me with the trolling. Jesus, that's a good one. Shout out to Apex. Apex says, I'm convinced those ain't Anton teeth because he can't keep his mouth closed. Dang. I'm going to hold some accountability to that too. I got to proofread everything Apex says. I got to proofread everything Apex says. Shout out to Jay. Jay says, yeah, and his sister works for him, Country Rain and other family. Yeah, man. He got a whole Lilia empire. He literally built the empire within the family. If the Empire show ever pop up, they should have Country Wayne and his whole family up there. His whole family. What's this New Jack City talking about? We are our brother's keeper. I don't know, man. You do what you want to do, Jay. I do what I want to do. If we come across each other and we see some wrongdoings, hey, there's a possibility, man. You might check each other, but that depends on the level of friendship or bounds or whatever we have with each other. That's as far as it goes. Everybody tells me something. I got to speak on. You got to speak on everything because everybody says you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. And I think that's another one problem too with everybody too. You got to speak on everything. You don't have to speak on everything. If you already called them out, you're good. Didn't you just say what I just said? Okay, why you need another one? I'm with you, right? Okay, cool. I actually need to actually say the word I'm with you. That's wow. Yeah. But that, you know what's crazy? But that's his accountability though. That was his accountability. He knew he's running around making babies. He didn't put it on the women. He put himself because that's choices he was making. Country woman was making choices, go around, getting drunk, doing what he wanted to do, not what he needed to do, sleep around, making all these baby mamas. And that was the consequence of it. And he said, okay, let me make this work. And that's what he did. So all his baby mamas is good. All his kids from his baby mamas is good. And now look at him. A billionaire doing his thing.
All of a sudden that becomes women bashing because you're not being compassionate enough. But if I talk to a guy and I say, hey, you doing pookie behavior and you out here doing stuff and you messing up the community, man, you a sucker. You need to hold yourself accountable. All of a sudden it's, oh yeah, good job. You holding them accountable. It got to be equal across the board because everybody has the choice to do what they want to do now. You can't tell a woman what she can and can't do anymore. And so because of that, you don't have complete dominion over what happens in your household because she can go and do what she want to do. She can go and get her own job. She can sleep with who she wants to. Then if we want to look at ourselves as a community, then the whole community needs to be held accountable. You cannot absolve one thing from the other and then say that you automatically mad at one thing simply because you're being equal across the board. That's what equality is.
I think you make a perfect point. I mean, I can't really disagree with what you said because remember, I had a big controversy over Lizzo. I said that I don't like this idea that this lady's being paid by these record labels to promote obesity in the Black community, like obesity is body positivity. There's nothing positive about dying from diabetes and shit, right? So.
Oh, he froze. That's when you know the devil got him.
Am I my balls?
No.
Or is it Boyce?
It's Boyce. The Matrix got him. The Matrix got him.
Pause. It could be me.
No, it's not you.
Let me see.
It's the Matrix. We'll play a little intermission.
Yeah, I think Boyce is frozen. I think he is frozen. Voice of struggle for you. I thought it was me, but it looks I'm gonna give him some time to be able to hopefully recover. What's up, friends and family?
It's your show now.
Well, I guess this is Anton from Anton Daniel's show now.
It's your show now.
Well, since I got your attention, until we get Uncle Boyce back, Anton Daniels is not hurt. All right. Anton Daniels do not feel a certain type of way. And I think that y'all need to bring yourself back to the front of the congregation in order to ensure that we have a successful community. If you want best for the community, then you got to get the beam out of your own eye. Oh, Boyce, I was just giving the people a little bit of insight into you guys.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, my wife.
Shout out to Apex. Apex says, I want one panel where all the women what y'all are right is our fault. We apologize. I bet you $40 the men won't have no solutions because there's no one to blame. You know what? That'd be a good one too. But it gotta be on the other panels though. It gotta be on a selected panel. It gotta be on that panel. And man, you gotta have I'm gonna do this Wednesday though, because I spoke to Locke. Gotta do this Wednesday because I already spoke to him about the bet. $100 bet me and We Unlock had last year, where he said Dr. Umar Johnson is not going to have the school built up and running. He gave me till January the 1st, and then which we agreed on. I walked away. Next thing you know, he hits me in the comment section talking about the minute of January. So I said, go ahead, screenshot that one. And then he do like a streams, two, 3 streams later, talking about some random conversation, talking about some August, like that's when school should be open around August. I'm like, what? That's not what we agreed on. We agreed on the new year of 2024, the school's gonna be open, $100. Some other guy said $300. Obviously, you got the money to throw around like that. Here's $100. So friendly bets, $100. Dr. Umar Johnson School is going to be open. Let's go. After the new year, all across the YouTube, as far as it can reach out, and my 2 little eyes, I'm seeing, because I won the bet, I didn't see no information or nothing that Dr. Umar School was up and running, developed for any way, shape, or form per our gentleman's bet. Next thing I know, I'm seeing my money. Super chats over here, super chats over there. I see a recent cash app somewhere else. I see another recent cash app somewhere else. And I'm sitting there like, we got all that money to throw away that you owe me. Where is the Gray Pill Podcast? That could be donated to y'all guys here. I could have used that to donate to the nice young lady, classmate with a daughter to her school. That could have go in a good place. But instead, my money is being spent in places and spaces. That's a waste of my money. That's a waste of money. So then currently here it is now, early starting, I think like a week ago, early March, happened to speak to Locke like, hey, we got to have a conversation because this is what gentlemen's bet. People in the space that know me and you keep saying that you're the nice guy, you're the gentleman. So I believe I won the gentleman's bet. So, and then I asked for the video since you're back active on YouTube. I can't find the video. The video is just gone that actually shows context of the conversation. And I didn't want to be that. I didn't want to be that petty because I know a lot of people do this. Let me clip and download stuff. And I was like, I didn't want to do this to this guy because I'm like, hey, we've been on panels together. I think he's a very decent guy. I know he's not going to like do that to me. And then next thing you know, as I'm looking like, where is the actual video that shows context of our gentleman agreement? I can't find it. He said he removed it. He gave, I feel like, the most poor excuse why he removed the video, but he kept every other video. I don't know. So that's going to be a conversation for Wednesday. I think he is home, whatever, and I will friendly reach out to him and we can come here and have a conversation about it. And also Apex, you had a friendly gentleman's bet too. So I was like, hey, go again, back to petty. Be cool. Had a little friendly gentleman's bets. You enjoy your wedding. Go enjoy your marriage. And then that whole time, like, yeah, when you're coming back home, so yeah, when you come back home, we're gonna hash that out too. That's another $20 in my pocket. Go invest in the Great Pill Podcast. So yeah, it's gonna be a conversation. I think we might call it the bet or conflict resolution for Wednesday. I don't know. It might be the bet because most weird people hear conflict resolution. They're like, I got issues too. Like, it ain't an issue conversation, okay? We have friendly bets. We're friendly people. So I'm trying to see how friendly they are. So I think I won on both parts. Now, I don't think I know. So we're going to see who is the gentleman for Wednesday. So it's going to be that. It was $100 for We Unlock for saying that Dr. Umar Johnson was going to have the school open and ready the 1st of January, but I opened to the possibility of mid-January, and then the next day or 2 days later, he hit me in the comments saying that he wanted to push it to January, February, and I said no because that's not what our conversation per the video. So if me and you talk and we walk away, conversation is done. Don't come back and like, let's try to tweak up something. I don't do that. So that's where we left it. And that was it. And then he did on another panel stream trying to say, hey, well, wouldn't it make sense for the school to be open on August? So therefore the school be August. I'm like, that still doesn't make any sense. If you're a business person, you're opening up a school. If the school is open and functioning, running, it doesn't matter if you're available and open for August. The school should be already prepped and ready for August by January. So it doesn't matter. So that was a bet for that one. Another bet, I'm not going to say that now, but I want to make sure, it'll be a conversation. So another bet was 2 individuals was in a relationship. I'm not going to say their names. And I said to Apex, I said, no, they're in a relationship. And the wager was like, no, it was a conversation like, no, I don't think they're gonna last or something like that. I forgot the whole nuance of it, but the agreement was, I know these 2 particular people's in a relationship. Apex said no, and I said, hey, you want to put money on it? Because I know they're in a relationship, they're still in a relationship. I know this. And he was like, I said, hey, let's put $20 on it. So that's $120, Jay the informant. Easy money. And that can go to a good place. From petty people can go to a good place. What else was Jay says Lizzo was obese 100 pounds ago and she's fat, shaming folks. Oh, bars. Apex laughed out loud. He not gonna give you the money. I got hope. Okay. I got hope. Don't laugh at my pain. It ain't happened yet. I got hope. Okay, we're gonna see. This is what they say. They say he's a good guy. He's like a teddy bear. Most people saying, so why not? I think he would honor his word. His word is everything. Champion versus Anton Sun Boys with ease, and yeah, he did son him. He did son him, and it didn't take rocket science or a PhD to do it. No, it's just common sense. Because that's all there too. Because it's literally one side versus the other with the whole gender war thing. They're both pandering. Like, I get it. They're pandering to their audience to what they want, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to like, okay, let me put something out there, see if the general population like it, and then let me do the bells and whistles to keep it going. Because again, this is a business for both of them, more so for Anton, also boys too, because he get a lot of traction. So it's both for both of them. But I don't agree with a lot of Anton saying, but he's speaking a lot of genuine facts. Like, hey, we're speaking about the regular people. That's pretty much a lot of if you boys want to argue and yell at Kevin Sanders about, that was also a lot of his talking points too. He was speaking mostly to regular people, which is the men, because that's who was coming on, pretty much stay in your lane, how to come up, how to raise the bar for yourself, be aware of all this other stuff, down to cologne, ties, the basic stuff, your father, your uncle, your older male cousin, all the stuff they would tell you. That was pretty much it. And then when he moved along, say, okay, let's address the women. Fair enough. You could say he rebranded. You could say he took a different turn of events. Okay, fine. But somehow Dr. Boyce Watkins, Mr. PhD, like they say for the women, I got a PhD. He twisted. You could say he twisted on the women, but again, no, excuse me. You could say that because boys keep echoing the same thing. Oh, die alone, die alone. Oh, age of 35. Okay, that's not all what he said. So you keep harping on the same thing as opposed to like incite hate or something for the women to come to you like, yeah, you're right, Dr. Boyce Watson. F him, screw him. So I don't know if he's trying to get that type of audience to hate watch on him dunking on Kevin Samuels so he can come to him for the more viewers or the subscribers. I don't know, but it's kind of sad. The man is gone. He passed away. We saw a lot of hate and vitriol for the guy when he was allegedly passed away. Then it was confirmed he passed away. You saw a lot of people cheering and celebrating, and that was just crazy how I seen that one going on. 2,000 plus people going in the chat. They got another one. Shout out to Melanie King collecting money off a dead man, but he doesn't speak about that. Those are the type of women you want to address to say, hey, this is not the type of woman men should want. Ladies, because that's what he said, 60-40. 60% of his women audience, he's like, hey, he should speak to them too. This is not the type of behavior that women should be, how they should carry themselves, how they should move in. That he needs to speak on that too. But he's not. He's, for some reason, he just fixated, got a hard-on pause for Kevin Samuels for some weird little reason. And he's a doctor. If his wife, not speaking on his wife, but if she's she's the one that's helping him, supporting him, giving him all the suggestions and wisdom, and she's a PhD also. I don't know in what, but something's not adding up here. Something not added up. Jada Form says school that's still on the city condemned list. It's not, bro. I literally just saw a video. Yeah, we're gonna have this conversation Wednesday, man. We're gonna have this conversation. Will I get my money or not? We're gonna have this conversation Wednesday. That's crazy. That's crazy. I might even do mid-dem. I might walk around abandoned school. Matter of fact, I even know abandoned school too. I know abandoned. I'm gonna go ahead and run around with a camera like, look, my school's open too. I might do that. You might as well wait on lock that can enroll in your layaway program. Yeah, I don't want partial payments, Apex. You tell me 100, it's 100. You tell me 100, it's 100. That's what I want. The same way I give you 100, I think I made a friendly bet with somebody, and I just like, you know what? It's $5. I ain't that serious. I just gave it to him. I gave it to him. Damn, blah blah. He said, it's my money. It's my money. It's gonna go straight invest in a good place. Oh, speaking of videos, I have Great Star trolling. Man, I got time for her. That chick got issues. That chick got issues, man. That whole family.
Wi-Fi went out for a second, so it was your show for a minute, man. But I'm gonna say this. For the sake of extending the olive branch, I want to apologize for anything I've said that's been hurtful or disrespectful to you. And I want to say also that I've learned from your perspective. And if you are okay with that, I'd like for us to walk away from this conversation as brothers. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I'm 100% on board. I think that, first let me say this. I also apologize for any low blows that I might have thrown. But I think that it is important to have these conversations. I think you are intelligent. I think you're very, very smart. I just think that you're a good guy. I think we all have differences of opinion. But at the same time, I can also hold myself accountable and say that I should probably be a lot more above board than just, you know what I'm saying, and reacting or thinking that I'm always right or whatever. But I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong. And we all evolving. You know, who I am today is completely different to who I was yesterday, and I'm assuming that that's the same thing with you. So yeah, I also apologize, and I want us to walk away also, with a good perspective or a good understanding of who each other is. And I respect you. I got a lot of respect for you.
Yeah, but vice versa, brother, vice versa. And so everybody, if you could give a digital thank you to Anton for popping in. Anton
Not the
Daniels.
digital thank
That's
you.
your last name. It's Daniels, right?
Yeah.
All right, bro. Okay, yeah, Anton Daniels. So you can look him up on YouTube. And we got to do this again. We, get together and debate some stuff, man. I really enjoyed this a lot. And thank you all for hanging out with us. And if you could please hit the thumbs up button and all that before you go. And we will see you guys soon. Anton, I'm gonna send you an email after this, man, so we can
Okay.
further. All right. Have a good day, everybody. See you later. All right. Peace.
All right. This is the first one, so they went off happy. We had a group conversation about this last Tuesday, so I still pretty much feel the same way now. So this is what happened 2 days, I think 3 days later. Let me share this out. All right. So this what 2-3 days later. So after Anton and him had the conversation, he goes back and still keep talking about Kevin Samuels, which I didn't understand it. Again, I was so like, you had another guy come up to speak for Kevin Samuels and ask you, why are you speaking on him? The man passed away. So what's the whole point of all this? Like what was the whole point? So we got through that. A couple days later, here is Dr. Boyce Watkins speaking on the whole matter.
For intelligent Black people, my name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and today we're going to talk about something that I really wanted to kind of do a follow-up conversation on, because I think that it's worth discussing. The late great Kevin Samuels, he died about a little less than 2 years ago. RIP to him. And people asked me what I thought. I didn't say much for a long time, but then I thought, you know what? Let me give you my honest opinion. And so I'm going to break down what I saw just from a logical perspective. I'm going to do what Kevin Samuels used to do. I'm going to look at things objectively and give my objective perception, and kind of give you some things to think about. So get comfortable, buckle up your seatbelt, hit that thumbs up button. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Sorry, I don't care about the intro. I think mine's better.
.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. What's up, everybody? I hope you guys are doing well. It's so good to see you. And let me just tell you what, buddy, I am jumping into a topic that I know is going to piss some people off. I know it's going to ruffle some feathers, but as you know, I wish I could say I cared, but I just don't. But at the same time, though, I
respect that, Boyce. Petty all day. Boyce like, yo, I'm petty all day. I got you, Boyce. See some new friendly faces in the chat. Shout out to Poppy Blanco TV. Appreciate you. Said what's popping in. What's up? He says Moist Watkins. I didn't even know that was his nickname until somebody educated me on that. Shout out to Reckless Ray. Appreciate you, good sir. Says hashtag Moist Watkins. All right. Let's get it. Now, again, for everybody's coming in new, appreciate you hit the subscribe button. Definitely hit the all bell notification, and also help out. Hit the like, and just for a little small promo, we are doing donations for a classmate for her school for a daughter. I think I started last week, so if you're more than welcome, you want to add like $1, $5, $2, $20, heck, because I see a lot of people throwing in hundreds out there just to drop people and kick people and scream and vitriol. You want to drop that too? More than welcome, but it will go to a good cause. It will not be for kicking and lambasting other people. So you're more than welcome. So any little bit helps. This will be going out to a donation to a good classmate of mine for a daughter's school up in I'm saying New York. So there we go. We're getting pretty much caught up. This is pretty much the Dr. Boyce Watkins who's speaking ill of the dead of the late Kevin Samuels. See, you almost got me. Late Kevin Samuels, where he was speaking on him. Then he started taking shots at Anton. Well, I guess it was fair game between them two. Anton comes on, didn't care about the shots thrown at him, but speaking more also, why are we still speaking ill of the dead when the man is gone almost like 2 years? They have like a back and forth, address the issue, Kevin Samuels, the issue of the talking points, also an issue of a real video that was shared from Anton's side of things. We pretty much dived into that a little bit. Was Anton wrong? Like, take the quote unquote asshole, if you think Anton's the asshole, the jerk, whatever, take that part out and say, hey, do you agree with the conversation and message? If you agree with that, okay, great, let's move on. So now here it is, a couple days later, when Anton and Dr. Boyce Watkins extended the olive branch to Anton, said, hey, I hope we're all good. I hope we can walk away here as brothers, blah, 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 blah. Anton said, yes, agreed. Okay, virtually shook on it, moved away. Here it is, a couple days later. Dr. Boyce Watkins is back on his petty, still talking about the late Kevin Samuels. So here we go.
Respect everybody's opinion, and I hope that you will share your opinion in the chat. I just hope that it's an intelligent opinion. If you're not intelligent, just know you're not going to get listened to. I listen to people who actually think. I don't listen to people who are sheep that follow the crowd.
That's easy, Poppy, because it's called mental illness. Mental illness is real, sir.
So if you just are just going to say something stupid, just keep it to yourself. If you're going to be a troll, be a quiet troll, because the trolling is not stimulating at all. It's not a challenge for smart people. So anyway, I want to say what's up, Irene and William Beck. Good to see you. And Andre, no cupcake zone. He's already started. He said, clout chasing a dead man. No, I'm not. You're clout chasing me. Valerie A. Good to see Valerie. Let's see here. McClennan Group. Monique Kiev. FW from Fort Worth, Texas. Goldmine says, what happened? Actually, nothing happened. Nothing happened. I just thought that this would be a fun topic to talk about because I never got a chance to really dissect the challenge and the conflict and the confusion I had back when Kevin Samuels was around.
Yeah, but when Anton came and spoke to you about your challenging and being confusing, I thought that was all cleared up. So why are we going back to still talk about it? That's the part I'm lost with this. Dr. Boyce Watson, like, the man came up, said, hey, I know him, I know his family. You didn't dispute that, and you pretty much agreed to 90% of everything Anton said speaking to you. You didn't add any real solutions to anything you're saying. You just kept repeating the same thing that Kevin Samuels said, like, before his passing, and he didn't repeat it all the time. You're the one that's constantly kept repeating the same thing. So I'm kind of lost with the confusion here.
I really like this guy. I really respected his intellect. I thought that we're
again, the wordplay. So if we respect the man when he's living, why are we disrespecting him when he's dead and gone? That doesn't make any sense with me, doctor.
I'm a little younger than him, but at the same time,
you're not that younger from him. So again, let's not try to play the semantics. You're not that young, so I'm still confused, doctor.
He did it well. He did the YouTube thing extremely well. He was super sharp, super smart, ran a great show. And
you know why? Because the same advice and stuff you was telling Anton, because he invested in himself to make the brand work. That's how it goes. You invest in yourself to put more out into the world. Let's go.
I captured a lot of attention, much more than I ever could. I mean, I'm not an interesting guy, and I have a lot of appreciation for that and a lot of respect for that. And I want to start by telling you the things that I really liked about Kevin, because I want to make sure we balance this conversation. And so here's the deal. With Kevin, I first heard about him maybe a year or two before he died or something. And he did a video about me. Actually, he did a whole video about me. I didn't know he did it. I don't watch YouTube videos about me. I just don't. I see the headlines and the thumbnails every now and then, but I don't watch them.
That is also a lie, because many people got clips of you and conversations of you and you going on speaking on the other people. But let's turn it around the other way. So if you don't watch other people's YouTube videos and you don't do this in other people's YouTube videos and you don't review other people's YouTube videos, why are you speaking on other people? Make it make sense. Doctor.
I Kwame Brown did 12 videos about me, and they got a lot of views. I was happy for him, but I didn't watch them because I don't watch YouTube videos about chatty patty gossipy bullshit. I just don't. I'm watching videos about artificial intelligence. I'm watching videos about stock market trends. I watch videos about
That is also a lie, because I literally just went to recently watch a video. You have this Dr. Boyce Watkins, you have another Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's all isn't about stocks and bonds and finances. It is not. You was just slipping into trends of topics like everybody else. So that is a lie. And while we'll let you lie some more, we can actually show your video like you about to do Kevin Simmons' video and show the significant differences. So I am again confused, doctor.
I watch my favorite NFL teams. I don't really watch, like all this back and forth. Like all that's really economic driven actually, because you have a lot of people that have been able to find ways to make money on YouTube, and they make money by talking about each other and gossiping. I ain't got the energy for all that. Just if you hate me, just feel free. Go ahead and make a video. I can't stand boys walking. Boy walking is a motherfucker. I can't stand that nigga. He can't do. Okay, great. I hope you get a lot of views. I hope you make a lot of money. Good for you. Keep talking. It's cool.
God bless you. God bless you. Because you are talking about a dead man, doctor. You are talking about a dead man. Make it make sense.
Totally cool. No hard feelings. So here's the deal.
Not taken.
And I think also this is stimulated because last week I had a great conversation with a brother that I actually respect. His name's Anton Daniels. Anton had done a lot of videos about me, and I was like, oh gosh, okay, let me see what this guy. I don't watch. Again, I don't watch him, but I would just see like, wow, this like hating on Boyce Watkins is like, okay, this is crazy. So he was in the chat one day, and I said, hey, you know what, man? Come on the platform. Let's talk. And he was man enough to do that. And we had a great conversation. We did not agree on a lot of stuff, but I enjoyed it.
It wasn't one day as if, again, back to the wordplay. It wasn't one day as if this happened a while ago. This literally was like 3 days prior to this video. A couple days prior to this video. He saw you speaking ill of the dead, which he deems as a good friend of his, and he wanted to address the issue. Thinking everything was cool and copacetic, and you come back again still speaking or attempting and about to speak on the dead. Make it make sense.
I enjoy a good debate. And you got to remember, I'm a professor. I come from academia. In academia, you can debate. Seeking a debate does not mean you hate. Being a debater does not make you a hater. And so basically, he debated. We went back and forth. And he said he made some really good points.
And again, the listening. Anton didn't say he wanted to debate you. He said, hey, he don't want to say debate. He wants to say conversate. That's what he said. That was in the video. We just heard it. So he came there to conversate with you and understand why are you speaking on a dead man. And you was agreeing with them for 90, I would give you say 98% of most of it. So I'm confused. Doctor.
And told him, I don't know if he knew this or not, but I was listening like, man, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I think that when you're talking about America and relationships, it's a complex conversation. Like, can we start right there, right? Can we start right there by admitting that we get it wrong when it comes to relationships? Our families have fallen apart. There's a lot of chaos. Give me a yes if you agree that there's chaos, particularly in the Black community, in the Black family, in America at large. There's just chaos when it comes to.
All right, which is it? Is it in the Black community? Is it in the world? Which is it?
Family and relationships. Everything's falling apart. I'm not a fan of feminism. So that's the thing. If you say, well, Dr. Boyce says feminism that's doing this and this and not this, I'm like, ugh, yeah, I actually got to agree with you on that because I think feminism's kind of messed up. That I agree 100%. But here's the interesting thing, though. This is the thing. I love good Black women. I do. I respect them. I appreciate them, and I protect them. And so I don't think that you can ever have a conversation about Black relationships and only be talking about what women are doing wrong. I don't believe that. Now, mind you, Kevin didn't do that. Kevin didn't just talk about women. He did talk about men. But there was a leaning toward the woman as a scapegoat. That's what it was. That's what I'm actually going to give you evidence of this and tell you that this is where I got off the Kevin Samuels bus, because I saw exactly what was going on. I watched his whole career kind of take off. Here's the deal. Here's the interesting thing about Kevin. I'll start with this. Kevin made videos for a long time. How many of y'all knew that? Give me a yes in the chat if you knew that Kevin Samuels was making videos for years before you knew who he was. How many of y'all knew that Kevin was on that channel making like tons of videos that were doing okay, but they weren't blowing up? How many of y'all knew that Kevin was doing a lot of videos and
Well, he was doing good videos. It depends on which video you're talking about. If you're starting up as a content creator, of course you ain't gonna make nothing out of nothing. That's just how it goes. You're not gonna make nothing out of nothing. That's just a common fact. Now, if you're talking about when he started slowly transitioning to let's have the same conversation he was having with the men toward the women, yeah, it started picking up. But again, it's back to him investing in himself. Shout out to Poppy Blanco. It says Moist Watson panders to bees because he wants to get money from the ugly fat women with kids. He ain't that much different from Derek Jackson. Shout out to Derek Jackson, the super hustler. Reckless Ray, he just wanted to pander to the fat bees that are ugly with kids so he can get paid. Jesus Christ. I don't watch Anton Dames, but I know everything Anton Dames says. But about me, make it make sense, please. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't know nothing, but I know this. I don't know that, but I know this. Hustler Musler, appreciate you, good sir. Shout out to you, and also rest in peace to Akira Mar. The guy who created the universe and the world of Dragon Ball Z. We did a rest in peace dedication to him the other day. So appreciate you, good sir. Thank you for coming on through. Again, if you're new, you definitely hit the bell notification, hit the likes. It helps out a lot. And also, we're doing a donation for classmate for our kids' school in New York. So $1, $2, $3, doesn't matter. Appreciate you. All right, so let's continue.
they were good. It was good content. It was a lot of good content, mostly in a mentorship capacity. He was mentoring men, saying, you know, hey, wash your ass when you go outside. Make sure you wear certain cologne, wear certain shoes. You know, this get your money up. I love all of that. I'm a fan of all of that. I'm a big fan of that, right? In fact, I think that self-improvement is a great way to overcome a lot of the bitchiness that you see, where men are like, women, they just be they standards be too high, and these modern women, they be wanting too much. They be asking for too many things. I don't really like none of that. And I'm like, well, why are you complaining? Like, the women that you complain about, if you got your game on level 10, then you just walk past the women that you don't want. The women that you're complaining about, you don't have to date them. Y'all do understand that you don't actually have to date these women, right? You do understand that discernment is critical, that your decision making is the most important factor in your outcome. So again, the same way I would say to a woman, if a woman's like, black men do this and black men do that, and men, they be doing this and doing that, I'll be like,
I don't know what's going on with the hand gestures. I don't approve. I don't approve.
Like, well, what kind of men are you picking? Why are you picking those men? Why would you pick so many men that are so bad that you are in these horrible situations, right? Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, you know, so when we use that term accountability, I think that the term accountability is used in a way that is just not logical. It's used in a way that is restrictive and selfish and not and just nonsensical. It makes no sense. It's like, well, I'm holding them accountable. Who the fuck are you to hold other people accountable? Shut the fuck up. Hold yourself accountable, right? Accountability starts at home. You do understand that accountability starts with you. The only person you can really truly hold accountable in this world is yourself.
I agree with that. Accountability can be hold yourself, but also people is making examples out of people too, and that's for both genders. You have a bunch of videos that showing and displaying type of toxic, negative behavior or selective certain women that said, hey, man, this is not how you're supposed to approach women. Then you have also videos of men that's been abusive, narcissistic, hurtful, and said, hey, you know what, women, this is something, this is a type of element of men you do not need to be around. Let's be aware and also look for the red flags.
So that, let's just get that on the table right now. I'm just going to tell you right now, that's how I feel. And this is why, in case you're ever wondering why you can go through the internet and find 1,000 videos, Dr. Boyce is this, and I can't stand Dr. Boyce, and It's because I talk like that. I can't help it. When I see dumb shit, I just call it for what it is. I try to be nice. I have a therapist actually. And I try to talk to my therapist about ways to be nice.
What? You got a therapist to talk to people to learn how the ways to be nice? Let's play that one.
Internet and find 1,000 videos. Dr. Boyce is this, and I can't stand Dr. Boyce and Dr. It's because I talk like that. I can't help it. When I see dumb shit, I just call it for what it is. I try to be nice. I have a therapist actually, and I try to talk to my therapist about ways to be nice. I'm like, I lose friends because I just say it like it is, but I can't help it. It's stupid. If it's dumb, it's dumb. But I get it though. I'm a professor. If I call people dumb, that
dude is telling himself. Don't even know it. He's literally telling himself.
Can be intimidating, can hurt their feelings, and I don't mean to do that. I'm here to talk to the people that want to be smarter. I'm here to talk to the people that want to be logical. I'm here to talk to the people that want to expand their minds by challenging themselves to hear perspectives that differ from your own. That is how you get smarter, is by listening to people who disagree with you. If you're listening to people who are
How about smarter? I say wiser.
Just preaching to the choir or just confirming your own bullshit, then you're not going to grow. You're no different from a Democrat who hangs out with Democrats and only
Why we keep bringing up politics? Is it me? He keep bringing up politics. Where are we going with this one? He just did that with Anton like moments ago. Why are we doing politics? Who cares about Democrats?
listens to Democrats, or a Republican who hangs out with Republicans and thinks all Democrats are the devil. Give me a yes if you understand that. That's how you expand your mind. So anyway, let me dig into this. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is give you a little bit of evidence here. A lot of people have accurately and correctly critiqued me and said, you just be hating on Kevin Samuels. You be hating on him. He didn't have no issue against black women. He's all about accountability. Okay.
I wouldn't say you're hating on Kevin Samuels. I would say more like you have a virtual obsession / hard on for Kevin Samuels in a way that steers towards jealousy and envy and mental illness is seething through you to an optical level. We can see you lying all the time. Yeah.
What I'm going to argue. Kevin did balanced work and very good work until, and y'all probably remember this. How many of y'all remember when Kevin had that lady on the air and told her she was going to die alone? He said, fuck it, you're going to die alone.
Bro, he's still on that. He's still on that. Let it go, Dr. Boyce. Let it go. It was one video. Let it go. Over 2 years ago. Let it go.
Anybody remember that?
No.
And Kevin went mega viral. Everybody was talking about it.
No.
It was a YouTuber's dream. Everybody on earth was talking about his channel. Now, he had a lot of negative backlash, but he's very intelligent. He was very logical. So he understood that when everybody's talking about you, that's a win for you. And he worked it. He worked it extremely well. And I respect him for his intelligence. I didn't like what he said. I didn't. I don't think that anybody has the right to tell anybody that they're going to die alone. They just don't.
That's fair.
I mean, in case you don't know, men and women can die alone. If you don't invest in family, there's a good chance you're going to die alone. I believe Kevin Samuels died alone. I'm just going to be quite honest with you. The big fear I always had as a 50-something-year-old man, the reason I was happy to get married was because I said, gosh, I would hate to be 54 years old, sitting in a hotel room with some young thought I just met 2 days ago, and then have a heart attack, because men in their 50s, they die. Black men, especially black men, we have issues, right? I might not be here 2-3 years from now. I don't know how long I have. I have no idea. Hopefully I have another 40 years, but you never know. And I said, it would be terrible to be sitting there with some young girl who literally is grossed out because your old ass just flopped dead from a heart attack, right? She's like, oh Lord, I got to get grandpa to the to the hospital, right?
And that's the problem I have right there. That's literally the problem I have right there. We're making jokes, fun, and poking the bear at somebody that passed away. And then you're talking about something got to get old man and grandpa. Y'all two is not that far age. And no disrespect, Kevin Samuels may look like he's in shape, but his passing says something different. But sir, You physically don't even look like you're in shape. You don't even physically look like you're healthy. And this is me optically looking at you. I don't know anything about you, but you sitting there passing judgment on somebody like that, that's beyond crazy. This is the whole point I was trying to make earlier. Like, this shows a lot about your character. This shows a lot about your character. There's ways around having a conversation. You literally just had a conversation with Anton and stuff you're saying, like how to have a conversation, ways to have a better conversation. You don't want trolls, but right now you're trolling. You're trolling. That's literally what you're doing in a disrespectful way. You literally say one thing, but you're not even acting out on it. That is sad. Grown man with a kid. Well, it's not his kids, but it's technically it is his kids. Sorry, it's his kids. He married the woman. Whole married husband with wife and kid, and you acting like this. Who does that? So if you pass away tomorrow, God forbid you don't, knock on wood, you everything's great for you. Let's say you pass away tomorrow, then so it's according to your logic, it's fair game. Everybody should be dancing on your grave. Everybody should be, shucking and jiving and talking about you and, throwing you on the bus and making funny memes and all that stuff. That's fun too, right? That's crazy. How would your children, your wife feel about that? If they just wake up and see another version of you sitting there talking about you like you're talking about Kevin Samuels. The man is gone. Let it go.
So really, what's ironic, it was really sad to me the way Kevin died, but it was sad, but I had to say something because it's exemplary. It tells you about the universe. That karma's real and that the universe has an ironic way of teaching us lessons. And what the lesson that you can really get from his death without being disrespectful, I'm not saying, my heart goes out to the man in this family, but he died alone. Like, how crazy is that? He didn't die surrounded by loved ones and friends and family, his wife and kids, all.
Sir, who the crap is dying around friends and family 24/7? Who's doing that? Who's doing that? And he wasn't alone. He was with somebody. He passed away. She gave him medical treatment. She called 911 and the local authorities, which she's supposed to help resuscitate because they got more qualifications. That was it. He wasn't alone. So what are you talking about? He didn't die alone. Me in this house by myself. That's alone. But even if somebody's with me, I'm going alone. I'm going alone. He's a doctor?
Checking on him to make sure he gets plenty of water. No, he died by himself.
What do you mean checking on him, get some water? The man collapsed. I don't think nobody drinking anything when you collapse, sir.
And if you don't like it, if me saying that hurt your feelings, I'm very sorry for that.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It has me want to put some prayers on you and your family and be like, because this screams mental illness. This screams a lot.
I empathize with that, but at the
no, you don't, because you're just sitting there just laughing and talking about them.
Same time, that you can't really argue with that fact, right? I don't know, but then again, maybe I'm wrong. Please sit.
Maybe if I'm wrong, you are wrong. 1,000% wrong. But please, let's continue, doctor.
Send me an email, boyce@boycewatkins.com, if there's any facts to the contrary. Maybe this woman was secretly his wife. Maybe that was his best friend that he'd known for 20 years. I have no idea. But so that's.
Ooh. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all want me to email Dr. Watkins to disprove or debunk, to have a consultation with the good doctor. and see if he responds or replies. I feel a moment. I feel a moment. I think that should be a conversation. So we're gonna address all his I don't know. That'd be a good conversation.
The first thing I'll say. And so when he said to that woman, "You're gonna die alone," I did not like that for one simple reason. I had a problem with that because I think that was beneath him. He was catering to the YouTube. He was catering to the toxicity of YouTube,
What you're doing right now. What you're literally doing right now.
which is very profitable. The toxicity is profitable. Just go ask Club Shay Shay, right? Club Shay Shay has made millions of dollars by creating.
Heck, he's hating on Shay Shay too. There's a lot of hate going around, Doctor.
Toxic arguments back and forth between people. Club Shay Shay could have been built on a whole lot of principles, but they decided let's let comedians get together and destroy each other's careers, and everyone's going to show up for the show, right? It's a big clown fight. So anyway,
what comedians' careers he destroying?
Toxicity
and how
was a problem for me because I felt like he could have done better than that. His content was very, very good. It was very, very positive. It was lift yourself up, black man, do better in your life. But then he gets a woman in there. He says you're going to die alone. And I didn't like that. I also didn't like it because I know women who are going to really die alone. I know black women who are probably going to die alone. I have a cousin who runs a cancer center for single black women who have cancer and have nobody there for them. I know I have a relative who does that.
Okay.
And I think that as men, I'm talking to the real men in the community who want to evolve, and then younger men who want to learn how real men think.
Okay.
Not guys who are following behind dumbass rappers and dumbass athletes and shit like that.
Okay.
About men that really want to be decent human beings. You have to have some sensitivity to the fact that the white man did a number on your community. When Joe Biden sent all those black men to prison and Richard Nixon sent all those black.
Always the white man. It's always the white man. You know what's funny? He just said earlier in this video and in the conversation what he had with Anton, he's talking about accountability. So how it comes with self, right? So how he he went from Democrats to Republicans. Then he's talking about Joe Biden. Joe Biden put all the people in jail. Doesn't it come with self accountability? So how we get Joe Biden this? Why are we talking about Biden? Is this some kind of now I'm getting is this some kind of weird political thing to get more of the subscribers and voters in here? Joe Biden has nothing to do with it, sir. You just talked up your stay on Kevin. The conversation's about Kevin. Stay on Kevin.
Black men to Vietnam, it distorted the black community. What people
No, it didn't.
People don't talk about. Nobody talks about this.
Yes, they do.
This statistics. This is data.
Data's always gets construed. Let's talk about it.
You can go look this up. Look it up.
We have. Let's keep talking.
When they started sending black men to prison and black men to war, destroying the.
Who's they? Them days and thems. I need to know who's the days and thems. These pronouns all the time. Always with the pronouns, doctor.
Black community destroying jobs and then destroying the family. What they did was they created an imbalance in your community. Men, the women outnumber the men, and any man out here who understands when
it goes from white, black, Asian, Irish, Hawaiian, Latino. Like, let's have that conversation. And also, let's not forget, there's mixed races. Ooh, mixed races.
I was in my 40s and I was single before I got with my wife.
So you're saying that you hit the wall too? That's what you're saying? You're a 40-year-old man. You got all the money. You couldn't get all the women, so you hit the wall too. So you decided to go with the baby mama. Which is nothing wrong with that, but that's what they say about the women. So you're saying that you hit the wall too, so you settled. Again, nothing wrong with that, but is that what you're saying, doctor?
I had too many women that wanted to get with me and marry me and all this other stuff. It was too many. It was overwhelming because the reality is that there's an imbalance in the numbers of men that are actually prepared, willing and able to be a husband versus the number of women that are willing and able to be a husband. And this was written in The Economist. The Economist did a research analysis on the black community. They analyze dating patterns in the black community. Y'all know that The Economist, some white people in London, pay attention now. I'm talking to intelligent people. If you're here to troll, you're wasting your time. I'm not a good person to troll because I'm not gonna really. I don't give a shit what you think. In London, these white folks literally wrote a research study on dating patterns and mating patterns in the black.
I would like to see that article and the date of that article said research. But again, moving, slanting, turning, pivoting the goalposts. We went from Anton Daniels, love him, love him, love him. Kevin Samuels, hate, 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 hate. Somehow Biden came in the conversation. I'm still lost with that one. Now we're talking about the UK doing data on black people. I'm sure everybody doing data on everybody. There's data right now on me. Just data going to spread for everybody else. Oh, shout out to TikTok. Shout out to TikTok.
Community. And they concluded, they said that mass incarceration from Joe Biden, this is why I won't vote for that motherfucker. I'm sorry. I know y'all tell me to go vote for the Democrats and vote blue no matter who. I'm not doing that. I'm not voting for somebody who was basically my version of Adolf Hitler. I'm not voting for the person who wanted to see me exterminated. I'm not going to vote for the guy who created all this chaos that you have in the community where 76% of your children don't even have a father. That was social engineering. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Even if you disagree, can you at least acknowledge this? So what has happened is that because of this imbalance,
did he just throw his pen?
You have a lot of people that are blaming women, that are saying it's women's fault that all this is off balance. And I just would say, I'm going to encourage you to be smarter than that. That's it. I'm just asking you to have a brain. Like, don't just follow the crowd. You can have your opinion. You can be mad about your baby mama.
Yeah, chat. Have a brain. Have a brain, chat.
You can be mad about your ex. You can be mad about your mother or the woman that you're with. My advice to you is get your shit together. Get your game up, and then you won't have a problem finding a quality woman. Because when you have money and you have intelligence and you know how to hold a decent conversation and you know how to dress decently, I don't even know how to dress that well. I got this shirt from Walmart. Then there will be some quality woman who.
Shout out to Reckless. Man, they want to be in the Victim Olympics. Man, he got a gold medal, he got the bronze, and he got the silver, competing against himself. My man talking about something he can't dress, but he telling other people to dress. And he over 40, but he was 40 when he just decided to get with his he chose to get with his wife and marry her. Huh? Are we listening to ourselves? We're just rambling on, just saying stuff. Shout out to Jay the Informant. They did the same with the Indians. Remember, y'all, the border schools for natives said, kill the Indians, save the men, aka. Yeah, and California got I'm not going to say California got the worst history. Shout out to Texas, too. California got a crazy history with between the race and what Asians and Japanese had their own systemic racism between themselves, but the Asians community and the Irish community in California was wild. The large white population was pretty much against the Asian and the Irish. The Irish had their own community. The Irish was hating on the Asian. The Asians was hating on the white and the Irish. The Irish hating on the white and the Asian. It was a whole cluster of F right there. Like, it's a lot. Shout out to Reckless Ray, financial gurus running into the Victim Olympics, and is wild. You know, it was one guy when I was negotiating my money that I was owed since January to We Unlock. He had showed me a video, something I was watching where they was talking about a guy in the video was talking about narcissism, whatever, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. So he tells me the guy's not a doctor. I say, well, why? I get if you want to have a conversation, but why is the guy speaking on something as an absolute when he doesn't have any qualifications of what the hell he's talking about? That's number one. And so his response was, oh, he's a guru. I was okay, he's not a doctor, and you're saying that he's a self-proclaimed guru. I don't want to hear nothing that come out of his mouth anymore. I want to talk to actual people that practice this, does this for a living, qualified, certified for the conversation. Periods. Anything after that, everybody's just sharing their experiences, their anecdotal experiences, what they see, what they hear, how they came up. That's what we're doing when we come together for the conversation. If you disagree with it, you can challenge a little bit, then you can move on. Period. But yeah, these gurus
who will be interested in being with you, and it's up to you to then have the leadership and discernment to choose quality women over low quality women. If you're always complaining about women, that probably means that you're picking low quality women, and people don't want to acknowledge that. So let me show y'all something on Kevin's channel. I call this Exhibit A in terms of explaining why I believe that the economic incentive. I'm a finance professor. I look at the economics. There was a massive economic incentive for him to blow up his channel, making millions of.
Little FYI for people out there in the world. If you're a doctor and lawyer or have any kind of psychology degree like that, and the moment you start flexing and consistently saying who you are, was literally plastered on all your logos and stuff, you're projecting. You're projecting. And it's an ego. Okay? Just to help y'all out a little bit. If you're a cop, you don't have to say you're a cop. If you're a doctor, you don't have to say you're a doctor consistently. If you're a licensed therapist, you don't have to bring it up 24/7. That's projection. That's ego. You're literally trying to project something more than what you are. There's a reason to do it. This is why I laugh at a lot of majority of people on internet. I had one on platform bragging that she's a lawyer, bragging she got master's degrees, but couldn't hold a conversation with actual people that has master's degrees. They wasn't bragging about what they are. They wasn't bragging about what they have. They wasn't doing any of that. And she couldn't hold the conversation. She was getting in her feelings, triggered, upset, and ran off the panel.
Dollars by attacking Black women. Let me play this out for you. All right, so let me share my screen. Hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. And by the way, I have a new book. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. And also, if you want to join us tonight, we do Powernomics training in the Black Business School for free every single Wednesday night. So if you want a free class in the Black Business School, even if you disagree with me, you're welcome to join us. Just text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation. You can join us tonight. We're reading Dr. Claude Anderson books as a group, and I've been doing this for 5 years now because I really want you to be educated, not following the crowd. All right. So here is the page. Now look at this channel. I want you to look at these titles. And everybody
look closely now.
Who thinks that oh no, Kevin was balanced. He talked about women as much as men as much as women. I want you to look at these live videos that were done right before he passed. And I'm not hating. This is just a fact. Number one, modern women are a party of one. I want you to give me a positive or negative if you think that the title is negatively speaking about women or positively speaking about women. Modern women are a party of one, negative or positive. Would you say that's a positive reflection of Black women or a negative or just women in general? Okay, now let's go to this. I'm going to say negative. Next, the self-love of modern women. That sounds sarcastic to me. You can say positive or negative. Maybe you think it's positive, and it's okay to.
All right, so now we're going to go to Dr. Boyce Watkins' channel. He has two. All right, he has two. Y'all let me know if it's a negative or positive, everybody. Let me know if it's negative or positive. All right. This is one of Dr. Boyce Watkins' channels right here. Now, he said earlier, all he do is speak about financial growth. So his banner, Black Financial Empowerment, the doctor again with the grandioso, the Dr. Boyce Watkins. Remember what I said earlier, body language, even his daggone avatar, everything speaks volumes. Grandioso, ego, projection, the Dr. Boyce Watkins Black Excellent channel with 4,000 videos, 542K subscribers. His latest one, Just Go Away. Black woman look angry. Why do black women look angry, Dr. Williams? I think that's a negative. That's a net negative. Does this justify her keeping him from his child? Dr. Watt, didn't he just say earlier? Financial empowerment. Then we have the second one. Look like a black woman, light skin. Shout out to the light skin out there, looking very angry. Then you have another brother. I don't know what the hell's going on that thumbnail. You see half his face, the cap over it. He looked like a Pookie, in the Pookie realm of optics. Man blasts woman for bringing nothing to the table. So he's man bashing. Is that a positive or a negative? I think that's a negative. Man blasts woman for bringing nothing, and I believe that's him and the missus. Then you have another one. This was 5 days ago. Him looking very, I don't know what he's looking like, with him just there with the lighting, all that stuff. How black people earn money for white people. I don't know where we're going with that conversation. How black people earn money for white people. I thought he was talking about he's a financial guru into economics. So is he teaching people how to get money, or he's like bashing on one side? I don't know. Then he got the one 5 days ago again. The ugly truth about Kevin Samuels, the one we're reviewing right now. Dr. Boyce Watkins. Why would you put your own name in the title, sir? This is your channel. I just noticed that. This Dr. Boyce Watkins and Alicia. I guess that's the missus. And then you got Dr. Boyce Watkins again, and Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's your channel. You don't need to put your name in there. And then he got one, how business relationship fall apart. Okay, that's actually one about business, but I had to go through 1, 2, 3, 4. One bashing. Well, actually, this like 3 of these are like bashing channels to get to the actual finances. 19 minutes, straight to the point. Doing 894 views. Then we got this might crush the stock market. This could crush the Bitcoin and the stock market. Dr. Watkins still put his name in there. Self-grandioso. Remember again, the facial expression and the Dr. Watkins speak volumes. Is that a negative? Positive? This sounds like it might be a positive. It goes in a little bit for an hour. This is the one 9 days ago. So this is the one right here kicked it off. You had him and Anton having a conversation. He talks about he attacks Anton. Then Anton addresses that Kevin Samuels video. So I'm trying to understand, like, if you go further down, he talks about DEI is going for our people and not parent. I don't hear anything about marketing, financial strategy, because that's pretty much his realm of expertise. Do sons and single mothers expect women to struggle? Ooh, that might be a good one I can react to. I'll put that in there later. I'll be back, Dr. Watkins. I'll be back. And then you have one over here with the Monopoly. Pretty interesting thumbnail, playing the game of wealth and economics. Okay, so there you go. So I'm like a good quarter down. I've seen like 2 financial ones. Everything else like drama. And look here. Anton, now look at the numbers now. Look at the numbers. You got the 16, the 1K, the 4K, the 2.6K, the 3.5. Oh. Anton Daniels pulls up. Got 20,000 viewers. This is 9 days ago. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it drops 2.K, 900. And then, let me go back and talk about 1, 2, 3. Was this 3 days later? Let me go back and talk about 4 days later. Let me go back and talk about Kevin Samuels again because that would stir up some stuff. Maybe Anton might come back on a panel. Maybe somebody else might come on a panel as famous that Mars and like Dr. Samuels. Let me see who comes up in there. I'll tell you who was up there though. Me and O'Shea Du Jackson in that chat. Me and O'Shea Du Jackson was in that chat. So let's scroll that back. So as Nara's numbers up at 8K, it drops again to 2.3, 2.6, and then 873. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Make it make sense. What is this we're looking at? Went here. Okay, cool. Shout out to Jay. The informant said maybe the views are up with Kevin content. Yes, that's a fair assessment. The views probably did go up with Kevin's content. But according to him, he said he only do content about his expertise. He does financial stuff. I can see doing a little, black conversation, but for the most part, I keep seeing drama. I just keep saying drama.
I think that, but I think that I bet if I open this video up, I'm gonna see some shit about how modern women are fucked up, and some of y'all are. Let's just be honest. But a lot of you just simply don't want men mistreating.
Oh, did I play that back again, sir? What you say? What?
Sounds sarcastic to me. You can say positive or negative. Maybe you think it's positive, and it's okay to think that. But I think that I bet if I open this video up, I'm gonna see some shit about how modern women are fucked up, and some of y'all are. Let's just be honest. But
some of you are. So again, is Kevin wrong? Is Kevin wrong?
But a lot of you just simply don't want men mistreating you and beating your ass and disrespecting you, right? And it's okay. You have a right to want that, right? Here we go. Over 40 dating sucks for modern women and it's getting worse. Now, I don't know why this angry white lady's up here. I know Kevin was an advocate for the black community, but maybe he was also talking about white women too. So would you say that's a positive or a negative reflection of women? That thumbnail. Thumbnails are everything in a YouTube video, by the way. That's how people, and look at the views, 1.5 million, 660.
Sir, we ain't on the man's thumbnail. That's pretty much what you do. That's what we do. Why are we hating on the man's thumbnail? Really hating on the man's thumbnail. Mental issues is real. All right, I'm not gonna go no more further than this. He goes further down the line. Yeah, I'm closing out, lady. It'll be a part 3 for this tomorrow morning. Yeah, so he goes a little bit further down and chastises the thumbnails, but agrees with it at the same time. Chastise the videos, but then agree with it at the same time. Chastise some other stuff, but then agrees with it at the same time. So I'm a little bit lost for words with the good doctor. I'm a little bit lost for words. But tomorrow, tonight, 8 p.m. Central Time, we're going to have a group conversation. Also, tomorrow, I'll make sure in the morning, we're going to have a part 3 of this, where he actually contradicts himself in so many ways. And there's also people who speaks about him, since he said he is a financial doctor, where he isn't giving good financial advice. He actually owes people money. So we'll have that conversation for tomorrow morning. I don't know the topic for all right, appreciate it, Jay. So tonight, 8 p.m. Central Time, we will have a conversation. Keep your eye out for the thumbnail. So again, appreciate your guys for subscribing. Definitely hit the bell notification. Appreciate the raid from Speakeasy. Appreciate Lady for sending out the bat signal out there. Appreciate everybody for coming in through for the conversation. I definitely appreciate everybody engaging, whether we agree or disagree. It's pretty much welcome to TheGreyPillPodcast. That's literally how it's supposed to be done. I don't know more else to say about the good doctor, except for like we'll have the conversation again for tomorrow morning. But I'm still on the fence of like, if just be honest. I just don't like the guy. I hate him. I'm jealous of his work. It should have been me. It should have been me, and just take it from there. Because that's pretty much what I'm hearing. To the doctor. Now he did make an open statement, so I will challenge him on that one. I will take time to actually put out some notes and questions for him. So I doubt it, because most people just don't. I ask a question or I do a reaction video. You got content creators that get so bigger content creators we actually get triggered. Oh, little old me. And I'm like, it's not that deep. So, and they'll do a whole multiple videos and whatever, which is cool. So thank you. Yeah, but I'll make sure I take the time out to reach out to him, since he's claimed that people reach out to him to have the conversation, and we can have that conversation per the questions or the stuff that he says, and we will break it down. All right, so that'll be it. Catch our guys later tonight at 8 p.m. if you're available. Tomorrow morning, we'll make it 11 p.m. I'll try to work around the Do Better's stream, because I like his content. I actually mod for him. So same way Lady Namor and Marcus work here, I work over there. I don't try to be too lazy when I mod. I like my responsibilities. All right, so catch our guys later.
Grey Pill Podcast. You guys check out Grey Pill Podcast.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.